Is that true?
Yeah, he said they just hate because they're handsome. Because I'm handsome.
That's funny.
That dude's wild, man. He really is like Oscar in every way. Hopefully not in the drug way, but
Ryan Garcia, Tank. What's Tank's full name again?
Gervonta, Gervonta.
There he is. All right, let's get this posted. I need to.
Did we talk about this? Did you watch any of Bobby Brown?
No, I haven't watched it yet.
I ain't watched it either. He looks crazy in this. Not crazy, I shouldn't say that, but he don't look cool in the screenshot I'm seeing. Bobby always a cool looking dude. It might be. It might be. I love the Pirates hat, man. I love the black and yellow.
Shoot, what I just do.
Did you see the Cavs put out like a hype video that they were about to like go back to gold? Like, no,
Yeah.
we're really about to go back. It was like,
Yeah.
Well, if you guys say so.
All right. Go ahead.
You guys are already kind of gold as it is. I don't know. I guess they're going King's gold.
Our man will be happy.
Let's see.
Yeah, that 13th round I posted on TikTok got popping a little bit.
Tank, man. Tank does it, man. He's a needle mover.
All right. Ready.
Hey, man, shout out to the Pirates doing the Lord's work, man. Big ups to them, man. Big ups.
Let's go, baby. The wait is over. The NBA Finals get underway tonight. Of course, we got you covered here on ESPN 1320. Welcome into the June 2nd edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you're here with us, whether you're here on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM, if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching us on Facebook Live, wherever you are, we appreciate you for being with us. Deuce and Mo are going to join us coming up for their monthly visit at one.
Has been dropped off.
It has. It doesn't happen often, but we've raised enough money to get Deuce and Mo on the show.
Did some fundraising.
We did bake sale. We did all sorts of things to be able to pull this off. Yeah, we sold enough cookies to get Deuce and Mo on the program here today. That's at 1:47. Then Olivia Christian will be with us in the 3:00 hour. We're going to talk a lot about, as promised, we dove deep into Jaden Ivey film last night, and we're going to talk about some of the things that we saw in that film and relay some of that stuff that we, not highlights, not highlight packages, not the best of, but the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there's a little bit of everything. Like,
We're talking about the game, man.
Yeah, it's all there. And we'll tell you what some of our observations were. But as noted, the NBA Finals get underway. Shout out to the homeboy Mark Jones calling the game tonight, because COVID mania is running wild through the ESPN staff. Mike Breen's still laid up. Jeff Van Gundy out. Woj is out. I don't know what that has to do with tonight's broadcast, but it was tied into everything that Woj is out as well. Mark Jones is going to step in along with Mark Jackson to be on the call for game 1 tonight in San Francisco. And this is, I couldn't be happier with this NBA Finals matchup.
Man, yeah, I agree. I love the NBA Finals, Damian. I love the NBA Finals. I was thinking about this as I was going through the morning. Is it my favorite? It probably is. I'm a basketball nut. I'm a nerd for hoops. You know, I'm a basketball degenerate, all this other stuff. And the finals, the energy is just, it's next level. I don't know if it's because like it's all indoors or what, because Super Bowl energy is great too. World Series energy is great too. But I don't know, man. The NBA Finals, I can tell you a lot. I don't want to say everything. I'm not a historian, but when it comes to the NBA Finals, I remember as much as you do about wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, I love the NBA Finals. I love it. And it's here. And this is a fantastic matchup. Yep. Boston, Golden State. Feels like they kind of been circling each other for the last 4 or 5 years. You know,
well, Boston
thoughts that they could get to this point and face each other, and we got it now. Boston's
been approaching for a while. Like, this is a big moment for them to finally take that, because they just needed to take that one step moving forward, and they were finally able to take it. And this is, again, I couldn't be happier with the matchups. I feel like there are some good ones that were potentially out there, but this was absolutely the one that I wanted to see the most.
Absolutely.
I wanted to see the Boston Celtics here in the NBA Finals, and I'm happy the Golden State Warriors are here. And I think this is going to be, I think we're in for something special for the next, hopefully 6-7 games, or whatever it may be, man. But it's going to be exciting. There's going to be a lot of storylines to watch. There's going to be a lot of real storylines to watch. There's going to be matchups to watch. There's going to be a lot of manufactured storylines to watch. There's going to be, you know, does Steph still got it? Can Steph win the MVP? Can Steph be the best player in an NBA Finals? Can Tatum and Brown take that ultimate next step? Can Tatum ascend to that upper echelon of NBA players? Is Draymond Green still a difference maker? What happens when the two defenses, the irresistible force and the immovable object, as Gorilla Monsoon would say at WrestleMania 3, what happens when those two collide? And we'll find out here in about 6 hours or so.
And look, make no bones about it. At least for me, I don't know. I can't speak for any of the other sanctioning bodies, but for me, the belt's on the line. This is a title match.
Yeah, I've thought about that a lot. I haven't been pushed enough. Like, Tatum would have a moment and where it's like, okay, it's the next one that we do it. And I think the last time I had that thought in my head, I think he had like 10 points the next night or the next game. And it was like, okay, can't do it now. And then Jaylen would play as well as he has been playing. And he would be playing equally as well as Tatum. And it would have been difficult for me to come in and say, okay, Tatum gets the strap when Jaylen Brown is the best player on the team right now. So the guy that I've really had my eye on through this whole Jayson Tatum ascension on his way to the DLO championship is Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the guy who I'm almost expecting to just step out and be like, y'all forgot about me? Okay. Let me remind you here on the biggest stage.
He's been circling around this entire time, and he may get the strap, man. He may get the strap. Wow. What a matchup. What a matchup. I can't wait, man.
I think we'll be reminded one way or another. And I asked this yesterday. I think we asked it to our man KD. I don't remember who we asked it. Is Steph underrated? Maybe underrated is the wrong word. Is Steph underappreciated? And I saw there's a great article. Shout out to the folks at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco who had Howard Beck on. There's a great article Howard wrote about, I think this was a direct shot at D'Lo and KC, or perhaps just D'Lo, categorizing like Steph Curry is absolutely the greatest shooter of all time. but categorizing him as just the greatest shooter of all time does him a bit of a disservice. And it's like, you know, I got that absolutely caught my attention. And I thought, okay, let me read more about this. And I mean, point made by one of the great writers in the NBA. You know, he talks about how much he does for the offense, what he does to shift the defense. Yeah, and a lot of that is based on him being the greatest shooter of all the time, but he is still a facilitator, despite the fact that he doesn't have, you know, the assist numbers that like a Chris Paul would have or that a Russell Westbrook would have. Like, he is still a point guard in that sense. And it was a fascinating read because it just magnifies the fact that we, meaning you and I, we regularly talk about, hey, what Steph is the greatest at one particular thing, but he's really, really good at a lot of other elements of the game as well.
Nah, man, and that's spot on. I say, you say it too. You understand it. It's not missed upon you or anything like that. But I mean, he's the straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah,
he makes it all go. And when I mean everything go, I mean everything. I mean the way the franchise is ran, the way the locker room operates and the way it works, the way the offense works. He makes it all go. And that's the one guy. They've had guys come in and out, you know, due to injury over the, you know, these last few years, and they've had a really down year. They, you know, struggled. They, you know, scrapped to get to a play-in situation last year, all this other stuff. The one guy that could never go, else it wasn't going to work, is Steph Curry. That's the one for everything they do. And yeah, he's special. He's a one of one. I was having a discussion with my guy this morning, and I asked him the question about, you know, who's the best player in the series, you know, and I told him Tatum. I said I had Tatum, and I said I know it's not a career achievement. Obviously, Tatum can't match up, and Steph is easily, in my opinion, one of the top 10 players to ever play the game. But right now, today, I'm going with Tatum. I ain't gonna lie to you, Damon. I felt a little dirty. I felt a little disrespectful to one Steph and Wardell Curry, because I love Steph, man. That guy, the words can't express what we're witnessing when we see Steph Curry. We're watching literally one of the greats of all time.
Yeah, it's a funny thing in this. You know, I was just telling Jesse, what the Celtics have done this year is such a reminder of how stupid what we do for a living is sometimes. Like breaking up Tatum and Brown. It's never going to work. They can't do this. They can't do that. And it's at this point where when you reference someone as the best, it's not a nod to that individual. It's a slight to somebody else. If you say that Jayson Tatum is the absolute best in this series, doesn't mean that Steph Curry is garbage. Steph Curry's clear. If you think that Tatum is the best in this series, you almost certainly believe that Steph Curry is number two. And if you believe Tatum is the best, you probably don't think he's miles and miles ahead of Steph Curry. But none of that really matters, because when you say something as definitive as the best, you know, people will go, oh, y'all are just trashing all over Steph Curry. Like, no, it's an appreciation of what Jayson Tatum is and of how Jayson Tatum's game has blossomed this year, particularly the second half of this year. But these two, no matter who you think, because I don't think there's anyone else in this conversation as good as Jaylen Brown is, as good as Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and Rob Williams and the rest of these guys have been. I don't think there's a discussion past Steph and Tatum as the best players in this series. And no matter who you have ranked number one and who you have ranked at number two, it's probably by like a micro point, because the two are just that close. And heading into this series right now, you know how much I love Jayson Tatum, but we talk about that micro point, and I feel like Steph has that micro point. Like right now, this could be attitude era title changes in this series where it goes to Steph and Tatum and Steph and then Tatum and then the big Hell in a Cell match in Game 7 where the winner goes home with the championship. But like it is just an excitingly close series.
It is, man. And there's a part of me that believes that maybe Steph is looking at this series and this NBA Finals matchup to put a rest to all the noise.
Yeah,
like the time is now. I'm dead in all that noise.
Yeah,
all the Nick Wrights and the Colin Cowherds, NBA Finals MVP, all this other stuff. The Drapes, the Kyle Drapers. I'm dead in all that noise now. The time is now. Ooh,
I think you're on to something with that.
Ready.
Yeah, I think you're on to something with that. We'll talk more about the NBA Finals. We want to talk a lot about Jaden Ivey. And how about this tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski? Nike founder Phil Knight and Dodgers co-owner Alan Smolsky have made a $2 billion plus written offer to purchase the Portland Trail Blazers.
Mm-hmm.
And some unfortunate news about the WNBA expansion and how it doesn't appear to include Sacramento. We've got all of that coming up. We're just getting started here. We're dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, Damon, forgive me if I'm stepping on the house show at all, but if you want to wait to the house show, I'll go back and watch. But I gotta know what your thoughts.
MJF's promo.
Yes, sir.
Is
it a work? Is it real?
It's a work. I didn't like it. I mean, I don't like work shoot stuff. Like, I feel like I feel like we're past that. So they're really banking on, and maybe to AEW's credit in this, they're really banking on most of their audience being like inside fans. Like, you're tuned into everything. You know that MJF missed an autograph signing. You know that there have been contract negotiations with him and Tony Khan. But when you start doing stuff like the boys in the back and this, it's like, oh God, this feels like 2001 WCW. Like, let's not do this. Like, let's not do this. But the one caveat I'll say to that, which is why I resisted tweeting about this last night. The one caveat I'll say to that is MJF's whole character is basically based on that. Like, he stays like that true heel the whole time, right? So he, in this regard, is really believable,
right?
In the way he delivered it. So there's enough legs on the story to where I think this could be really compelling. But it is a story. It's part of the show. It's not like they would have cut the mic off and if that wasn't a part of what they were doing,
right? Way before
they would have cut it long before they did. But like it's that unique mix of blending reality with fictional television.
I like that they I do like they it seems like, and you could tell me, it seems like they did a good job of maybe blurring the lines a little bit, making you think about it a little bit.
Sure.
Because I wasn't completely locked into what they were doing. But it's like, man, is this a shoot? Is this
well, when you throw out lines like
the lines,
pay me as much as you pay all these ex WWE guys, and you hear that, that's what the crowd wanted. They wanted that big ooh moment. Yeah. I thought the promo overall was good. And I think there's enough legs on this story to where it could be compelling for a while. And he can pull it off. Not everybody can pull it off, but he can.
He's that dude right now, huh?
He's really good. Yeah, he's really, really good. because he's very like, I think sometimes wrestling companies get believability in like MJF is believable in his character. I think that's what fans want, is they want what they're watching to be believable.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it has to be real. Like we know what we're watching.
Right.
We're watching entertainment, but we want to believe. Oh, man, MJF is a fucking prick. Like there isn't a fan who's watched him who doesn't think that, because he makes you believe that.
Mm-hmm.
He could be the nicest dude on the planet, but he is believable. That doesn't mean he really is that. You know what I mean? And I think believability is more important than reality. And I think companies get that confused sometimes, or they don't have guys as good as MJF who can pull that off. Like Seth Rollins' biggest flaw is most of the time he hasn't been believable in what he's doing. And in that thing he did with Austin, I think he recognized that.
Right.
Like he's had a lot of moments in his career where it was just like,
I feel like
he's
falling off. You know how much I like it's not. They've lost their way with Seth Rollins. I feel like.
I think so too. And I think they have for. I feel like they've made so many mistakes with him, because live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, the show rolls along. D'Lo and KC here. Deuce and Mo coming up at 1:47. We know you'll be around for that. Olivia Christian in the final hour of this show here at 3:00 as we gear up for the NBA Finals. We'll dive into some conversations about Jaden Ivey in the film that we watched. And I think I saw that Deuce and Mo were kind of doing a film session over on twitch.tv, the Deuce and Mo channel this morning. So it'll be fun to talk to them about what they saw and kind of compare and contrast notes. As well. Before we went to break, we mentioned that Phil Knight is part of a group looking to buy the Portland Trailblazers.
Wow,
that's interesting for a variety of reasons. Mainly, I didn't know they were for sale.
Yeah, well, remember? Oh, you weren't here on Friday. Trista talked about how Paul Allen, I think it's his wife, part of his will was she has to get rid of all his assets.
Oh,
so
okay.
Like that, like we don't know. She may be getting, it may be one of those things where this is my will and you get this amount of money for doing this, but it appears nothing was going to be handed down. Like you have to sell all my assets, and the Blazers were one of them, and they were trying to figure out. I think she had like 18 months or something like that left to figure out what she wants to do with them. So,
I wonder,
they're for sale.
I wonder what effect that would have on. Like, could Nike still outfit the NBA if Phil Knight owns the Portland Trailblazers?
It's a good question. I would think they'd still be able to, but I mean, that's something that you.
And that would include Jordan. Like Jordan, even though it's different, it's Nike.
Mm-hmm. Boy, I hope they can. They can't be going back to Adidas.
Boy. Yeah.
Sorry, Adidas, by the way. You know, I may work with Adidas down in the future. It's a fine company. I'm just saying, you know.
We don't need to apologize to
Them Yeezys go crazy though.
Is that still Adidas?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeezys might be number one shoe in the game. I'm not gonna front. It might be. I don't have a pair of Yeezys, but they're everywhere.
I don't either.
I want to get some. They're everywhere, man. Yeah, I'll get some Yeezys. I like the.
I don't think they're for me.
Yeah, I like a couple of pairs. I like most of them, to be honest with you.
I mean, they look cool, but they look all right. They ain't for me. They ain't for me.
You know, it is what it is. Hey, I got this being game one of the NBA Finals. You guys saw in the first segment how much I love the NBA Finals. I love it. Get used to this. Every NBA Finals. It's a great call by you.
I love the game.
It's a great call. Yeah, so I'm going to give you throughout the day, throughout the show, NBA Finals tidbits and notes.
Okay.
Some pertain to the series, some don't. It's just, we'll have some fun with it. So the first one I got for you is a question. And my answer is no. Let's just say that. But are any of these NBA final records in jeopardy in this series at all?
Okay.
Most points, 61 by Elgin Baylor. 61 points. Elgin Baylor, man.
Oh, so that's a single game.
Single game.
Okay. All right.
61.
I'm gonna go no.
No. This next one.
It's 2 top defenses in the league.
Yeah. This next one, when I heard this number, I got to be real, Damien. I think this might be on DiMaggio level, to be honest with you. I don't think this is ever getting broken.
Okay.
Most rebounds in a finals game.
Okay.
40 by Bill Russell.
Stop it. No. Absolutely not.
Do you agree that might be DiMaggio level?
No, there are records from that era of basketball that are never getting broken. Most of them are owned by Wilt Chamberlain, but it's nice to know that Bill Russell has one too.
40 rebounds in a single game.
Those are not getting broken.
Teams get like 47 rebounds sometimes in a game. Yeah,
Kings
that's
hope to
DiMaggio
get
level.
47 rebounds in a game.
And this one, I don't think it's going to happen in this series, but it could happen. Assists 21 by Magic Johnson.
No.
That ain't happening here.
None of those records are getting broken.
Not this series. You think the other two are on DiMaggio level?
I don't think 61 is. No, I don't think 61 is. 61, 61 can happen. Absolutely 61 can happen. 40 rebounds, no. 21 assists, I don't think so.
It's interesting.
I don't think so.
It's interesting that you say, and I agree with you. I feel like 61 can happen, but I don't have the year in front of me. That's got to be like 50s or 60s, maybe 70s. And we've seen Jordan, Kobe, we've seen LeBron.
What was Jordan?
61.
What was Jordan against Phoenix?
55, I think.
And was that
Game 5, 93.
Okay, that was after the triple overtime game.
Yep.
Okay.
55 in regulation.
That's 50. Hey, that's 55.
This is Mike.
That's right there.
That's Mike, though.
That's right there.
Mike couldn't even do it. Who else gonna do it? Kobe couldn't do it.
It's breakable. The other two don't. 21 pop 40. No, that's just not happening in a final. I don't think that's happening in a regular season game. That's not happening in a finals game.
Jesse, if you could do us a favor, what's the most? I don't know how to break this down, but like the recent era, I feel like it's like 30. And that went
30 rebounds. Crazy. What was Scott Skiles' assist game?
I thought he got 30.
Oh, that was 30 assists? Oh, I thought he got. No, that can't be right. 30 assists.
I think it's more than 20.
I thought it was 20 something.
Russ got a 20, and we didn't bat an eye.
Well, no, some of y'all didn't bat an eye.
Well, I mean, we all bat an eye. I'm just saying, like, we never thought that it was.
Love Russ.
I got love for Russ.
We
never thought, like, oh,
Nip.
He might break the all-time record.
That's
so
true.
It has to be 30.
Okay. All right. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
I don't think any of those are falling. I'm starting to, like, as I talk about this more, I'm starting to think 61. I don't know if that's going to happen in the finals, because you got to think it's not like you're going up against the Kings.
No, wow.
You're going up against one of the best.
Ain't bothering nobody this morning, and they get.
That's the problem. They're not bothering nobody. They need to be somewhere. But
61 can happen.
You're going up against one of the top 5 defensive teams in the league usually.
I don't think it's happening, but you're telling me you don't think Steph could get 61 in a finals game?
He could.
62?
I would say if I had to rank them,
not even Steph. Clay could do it.
I think the assists are more likely.
Man, what was the assist number again? 21? Magic?
21. If Russ gets back to the NBA Finals, he might do it.
I agree. He might get 41, 22, and 62 all in one game. That's how I'm gonna see it. That's how I'm gonna see it. But yeah, all in this series, I'm going no on all of them. No on all of them.
And forever, I'm going no on 40 rebounds.
Yeah, 40 rebound. It's never going to happen. Yeah, let's ask this question. I do want to get into the Jaden Ivey stuff, and we will. I want to ask you this question first. Tatum and Brown, the best duo in this series?
Best duo in this series. Yes.
Okay. I didn't know to ask whether is it Steph and Clay that's the duo, or is it Steph and Poole that's the duo, or is it Steph and Wiggins that's the duo? Like I'm not really sure what the
that's a great question, because what is the duo? I mean, traditionally, obviously, it's Steph and Clay. I still think it is Steph and Clay, but Clay ain't even been around for the better part of 2 years. Is it Steph and Draymond to some people?
I guess it could be. That's
the case.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't
I think it's Tatum and Brown, period, because I think I think Jaylen Brown is better than whoever the next player is, whether it's Clay, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, no matter who it is. I think Jaylen Brown is better than them. So even if you think Steph is 1 and Tatum is 1B, that's fine. I think Brown's better than whoever you want to put next to Steph, and that gives that, because Steph and Tatum are so close, that gives that duo the edge to me, the Boston duo the edge to me.
I agree.
Okay. As promised, last night we dove into some film on Jaden Ivey, and I can't speak for my partner. Watched a little bit of a couple of games that are on this app that we have, but really just kind of dove into the good, the bad, and the ugly of some of what Jaden Ivey had to offer in college. And here's just a couple of notes that I jotted down that I'd love to hear your thoughts on, and kind of compare and contrast these with some things that you may have observed. I think he's a really good passer in transition. When they get the ball off the rim and they get up the floor, he seems to see things pretty quickly. He doesn't seem to hold the ball too long. He can find guys. He can pass guys open. I don't think he does that like a LaMelo Ball does, or some of the like higher end point guards do, but and that could just be a product of him knowing his teammates and where they need to be. But he has the ability to put the ball exactly where guys can get it in transition. As we said, the good, the bad, and the ugly. A lot of his turnovers, I think, are born out of indecisiveness. I watched every turnover he committed last year. I think it was, I don't want to say the wrong number. I'll see if I can find it here while we're talking. But I watched every turnover he committed, and a lot of them where he would start to make a move, and you could almost see him not sure what to do, and he would kind of just make a pass that would float. And it's just a basketball that's out there in the world, and it would be picked off, taken the other way. You kind of saw that regularly. Like he would go, there's some, the classic, I'm sure Coach Caraway says this regularly: don't leave your feet. He would leave his feet, and where am I going? Where am I going? I'm going here. No, that's not your team. And you would see balls just kind of like stuck like in between two passing lanes because he wasn't sure where he was going to go. Ball get picked off, taken the other way. I saw this conversation kind of sparking up on Twitter this morning. I didn't have a chance to dive too far into it, but I saw Deuce was a part of it. So anxious to talk to him about this at 147. He's not the most intense player. Like when you watch him, particularly on the defensive end, like he's there, and every once in a while he'll take a risk. And I assume it's a calculated risk, but he'll take a risk in that he'll jump into a passing lane, like a split second early, or he'll leave his primary man because he's kind of sensing where the ball's going to go, he'll leave his man again a split second early and try to jump a passing lane that way. So he'll take some risk defensively every once in a while. And then the other times, it's just he's just kind of there defensively. You don't see a bit like a, I don't know if intensity is the right word. I feel like intensity is the right word. You don't see a high level of intensity from him on defense. Now, to be fair, I don't think you see it from a lot of guys.
Right.
And
you engaged.
You certainly don't see from him. And where it really stood out is on the pick and roll. This is glaringly obvious. He's slow defending the pick and roll. And I don't know if that's the lack of intensity that we were just talking about. And to be fair to him, some coaches coach that defense of the pick and roll differently. And I'm sure you could speak to this far better than I can. But there's the going over on everything. There's the going under on everything. There's, every coach has kind of a different philosophy as to how you deal with that. I don't know if their philosophy was go slow, because that's what Jaden was never intense coming off of that pick and roll. He was always in what I watched, he was really slow coming off that pick.
Yeah. Good observation by you as well. There are things that I liked about Jaden Ivey and things that concern me about Jaden Ivey. And really, it's kind of what we already thought, at least what I already thought about him, looking at him more in depth. The things that jump off in a positive way is, man, his explosiveness is next level. That is NBA level explosiveness. We don't know because we haven't seen him in those situations, but it feels like his speed, his explosiveness, he'd be super fast and explosive in the NBA.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that it's one thing to be that in college, but Ja, Fox, all these other guys, that's their next level for the NBA. I think he would fit into that category. I love that about him. I love him in transition, just the blur, able to get out there and make plays. He can hit you with the in and out. He can hit you with the 1-2, change of direction, almost at full speed, which is elite level body movement.
His acceleration is really impressive.
Yeah,
like not just like in transition when they get the ball off the basket or he's breaking off on the court, but I don't know if this is what you meant when you said the in and out. Like he can slow down and then accelerate again really quick, and just like he can lull his defender into almost like a wide receiver.
Right.
And a cornerback, he can lull his defender into kind of slowing down and then get right past him.
Right. I agree. The things that I saw, I'm gonna bring up a couple of names, few names, and it's gonna be the gift and the curse. I know everybody sees Ja. I see Ja too. I mean, he looks like Ja Morant out there.
And I hope people aren't saying that because of his hair.
A little bit because of his hair. Like he looks, and the way he moves, his hair, his athleticism, he looks like Ja Morant out there a little taller. So I get it. Like he looks like him to me. So there's Ja. I was reminded a little bit of Derrick Rose when he was in college.
Because of that explosiveness.
Okay. Being able to in the open court do what he does. And obviously Russ. I see shades of Russ. Here's the thing now that worries me, and it kind of fits all those guys just a little bit. Number one, if we're talking about those guys, man, that's a high bar to set. Like those guys are special. I said a number of different times when it came to Russ and Derrick Rose specifically, there's only two of those in the world. Russ is a one of one. Derrick Rose is a one of one. The NBA had never seen, and for my money, still have never seen anything like Derrick Rose and Russell Westbrook. And to say, like, and this isn't a knock on Jaden Ivey or anything. This is just me playing the percentages and being cautious to say, like, man, he could be Russell Westbrook. That's insane. Like, there's no way he's going to be Russell Westbrook. I got to see it. You know what I mean? Because that's a different breed right there. Same for Derrick Rose. John Morant, same thing. Like, I feel like Ja is special. And this goes into the other thing that concerns me. Right now, from what I see from his game, he's absolutely not a 3-level scorer. He's a guy that really focuses on getting to the bucket. And that's a great thing because, you know, you want to finish at the bucket and do those things. But he doesn't have a mid-range game. Even Ja had the mid-range floater. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem to have that. And he doesn't seem to have any kind of three-point shot, especially off the bounce. I have a bias, just me as a basketball player, me as a guard. I have a bias against guards that can't shoot. Like, it doesn't make me comfortable. I remember that one draft, everybody was talking about Elfrid Payton. Mm-hmm. And they were like, Elfrid Payton, yo, he's moving up. He might go up top 5, da-da-da. And the thing they always talk about, if he develops a jump shot, watch out. 9 times out of 10, these guys don't develop a jump shot. You know what I'm saying? So those are areas that concern me about his game offensively.
So do you think he's do you want him to get better as a jump shooter, or do you think he's that was a stupid way of phrasing this. Let me try that again.
It's live, pal.
Okay, my bad. Do you think he's a bad jump shooter?
From 3, I don't think he's a bad jump shooter. Mid-range, I don't think he has any clue right now of how to operate in the mid-range, whether it's floater, being able to weave around the screen and pull up that way. Like, he just doesn't have that in his game right now. From 3, like, it's not the worst thing, but this is the thing that bothered me when I watched him, is it's a slow release. It's a slow developing shot. And he seems like he's aiming it. Like, he's aiming and, like, just, I want to make sure it stays in the middle, all that, as opposed to a fluid shot. Just real fluid, just going up. He's kind of pushing it and aiming it. You see with his feet too, like I think he has this thing where his right foot, I can't tell which foot it is, right foot or left foot is kind of going in front. Yeah, like, they're not in the same, if you drew a line, they wouldn't be on the same line. One of the feet would be in front of the other a little bit. And that's, to me, that's a little bit of an aim. But that's just, I mean, maybe that's nitpicking by me, and it's not even towards Ivy. It's towards, I just look at guards. I'm like, you got to be able to shoot the rock. And it's got to be fluid. But those are things that worry me. But I look at him possibly being at 4, and he's a guy that I absolutely would take a chance on. He is an elite athlete in the NBA. His athleticism is elite in the NBA. And I almost feel like I'll take a chance on Jaden Ivey. He seems tough as nails. Seems like he's going to compete for you. And I'm going to just bank on the fact that he's going to improve on all these aspects of his game.
He sure as hell ain't afraid to shoot it either.
No, he'll get it up.
Yeah, he ain't afraid to shoot it at all. I kind of see the thing that you're talking about with this. I'm actually seeing everything that you're pointing out now, which is not, in my, tiny basketball mind is not something that I would notice without someone, more experienced in the game like you are pointing it out. Now I can see it. Now I can't really unsee it. Now it's really standing out. It's really glaring when he shoots the 3. Yeah. Like, it's really, the further because I'm just looking like oh boy, it's really glaring when he shoots. I do want to be clear. I don't think he's a bad shooter.
No, I don't think he's a bad shooter at all. Like, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I don't even think the numbers suggest that he's a bad shooter. The thing that I think about is it going to translate? And one of the things that I think about right now, and I know we got to crawl before we walk. I get that. But one of the things that I think about is I'm looking at these playoffs and the things that he does. Is it gonna go in the playoffs? It went for Ja. He was able to get some stuff off, but in the first couple of games, that mid range wasn't there, and it was looking iffy.
I cannot stress this enough. Like, if you're doing yourself such a disservice if you watch highlight packages, because I pulled up it's this thing Kenny and I use it. It's you could click on level. Jump shots. It's like it's above my head. But the good part about it is you can isolate it to where you just watch makes, or you can watch every jump shot he took from 28 feet or whatever it is. Fam, crazy. I just watched him miss 8 threes in a row. And every time I see him missing, I'm just looking at like, okay, Kenny's talking about his feet. Let me look at his feet here. Okay, I see what Kenny was talking about. Okay, let me look
kind of aim. It's like he's shooting a half court shot almost. Like how your feet are when you shoot. Think about like how you kind of lean in a little bit to aim it. Like that's the motion. It's not as drastic as that.
But so like each time I keep trying to pull out the different things that you said, the feet, the follow through. And then I was like, well, what is a slow release? And now I'm looking at him like, oh, that's, and I feel like we get spoiled by, we talked about a guy like Steph Curry a second ago. Seriously, I've watched him miss 10 straight threes now here on this reel that I'm looking at. And I'm well, no, it's okay now because I'm getting to the next clip versus Michigan State here where he's gonna hit it from range.
You do this. You keep watching him during this break. We'll take a little break. You keep watching him. You keep dissecting it, and then you see.
I appreciate that your way is reminding me we actually have to go to commercial here on this radio show. So we'll do that. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk about Jaden Ivey, and we'll let you know what we found out this morning about the WNBA expansion process, as well as Stilo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I would have kept talking. I had no clue. Kenny said, let's go to break. I was like, why? Oh, why? I was like our man Q. I was like, oh, all right, let's go then.
We hadn't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, let's go then. Shoot.
Oh my God.
Going through the whole show watching Jaden Ivey miss threes. Goodness gracious.
I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I got up on there on that thing. Tell me I didn't watch a little bit of EYBL Girls Division, just a little bit.
I did that too. But I was trying to see if we could find Shaden on there. I was trying to see if there was a tab for the guys.
Yeah.
Which I don't think there is.
Yeah, I didn't
either that or
I didn't touch too much. Like it's like an expensive store. I didn't
yeah. That's a good
I ain't touching nothing.
I try to keep it as simple as possible. I don't save anything. I don't create any lists. I just hey, I'm here.
I'm in somebody's mansion. I'm not touching nothing. If it's there on the tab, then I'll look.
That's it.
Wow.
But yeah, you could see pretty much everything he did last year.
We're about 250. Pino, man. What's up, big dog? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. What's good with you out there in Jersey? Brick City, stand up. Well, I don't know if you're in Jersey City, but yeah.
Shout out to Patrick Mahomes, who's in here with us. Patrick, good to see you.
Congratulations. They're having another child, him and his wife.
Brian's asking the same question. We're using Synergy. That's the streaming service we're using. We're using Synergy.
We're about 250. Getting dressed because they heavy.
Man.
Is that for real, Brian? That's crazy. Because I saw one yesterday. That's like one of the games I watched. I saw one and I didn't think nothing of it. That was 1 of 5. It's crazy.
So that's the funny thing is when he's in the post, he's pretty good. Like even when he's not like back to the basket, like shooting in that area, like he's pretty good right there.
I think he's a really good ball player for a guard finishing around the rim. Like that's his bread and butter right there. I think about both because it's like, all right, well, in the NBA, it might not be that easy to finish at the bucket and get to the bucket. But on the flip side of that, it's a more wide open game. You know, you may actually have more opportunities to go on one-on-one, use your athleticism, use your speed to get to the bucket. So it's one of those things you don't know until you actually see it. But
shout out to the homie Mikey Winfield here.
I saw he tore it up.
Yeah. Get Mikey on the shoulders sometime soon.
That's a marathon right there. Hey Jesse, by the way, is the mic cool now? Okay.
Head over to DLoandKC.com. Check out our new merchandise that's up there. A couple new shirts, a couple new hoodies. Good stuff. DLoandKC.com. Promo code Pride22 gets 20% off.
It was sneaky hot yesterday. Like
it was
95, 93. I was like, I had a baseball game to go to. I was like, whoa. How we get here? Stop it. Don't listen to it. Oh, yeah.
I just kept watching Jaden Ivey miss threes through that entire commercial break. It's just a bad compilation here on our film watching tool. One thing we did establish, and this, I guess there are things. This is where, coaching. This is where game planning kind of comes into play here, in my opinion. Is if you spot a weakness, and again, I don't think either of us think he's a bad jump shooter. Right. It's not his strong suit, which I guess for some, and understandably so, who aren't as high on Jaden Ivey, think, well, that's what we need. We need a jump shooter. We need a three-point shooter. Why would we want to draft a guard who can't shoot a three, or at least shoot a three with great consistency? But he does a lot of other things really well.
He does.
And we don't know what, Mike Brown and Jay Triano and this group is going to want to do offensively, or, we talk about structure versus pushing. We talk about pace. We don't know what the game plan is going to be or how they're going to implement this game plan. But if you draft a guy like Jaden Ivey, who has very obvious skills in the open floor, man, as a coach, you work to take advantage of those. If you have a guard who could actually work in the post the way that Jaden Ivey can, then you use that. If you have a guard who could work in the post and another guard who could hit the mid-range shot, like De'Aaron Fox, take advantage of that. Like, you can utilize that. Again, I think we've been pretty fair in our assessment here that the draft is a part of this offseason. We believe it's a big part. It's obviously a very important part of this offseason, but it's not the end of the offseason. It's the beginning of it, because you're going to still need to work out the rest of this roster, especially if you do go with the guard. There are things that you're going to have to figure out. You're going to have to figure out how you're going to juggle these different guards. You're going to have to figure out which ones you're willing to move on from and which one you're not. And then you're going to have to find out who can hit threes for guys like De'Aaron Fox when he penetrates to the basket, for guys like Domantas Sabonis who can pass out of the post. And you're going to have to figure out how you're going to round out this roster. And I think that's true no matter who you pick.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things that that, or at least early on, is going to be one of the things for Ivy, maybe simplify things, is it's really going to be is catch and shoot threes. And we didn't see a lot of those at Purdue because he initiated a lot of the offense off the bounce. But if he can establish that early on and do that at a pretty good clip, it's going to be a great start. Like all this stuff coming off the screens, the mid-range and all this other stuff, that comes a little later, especially with a guy like Fox on the team. Right now, Ivey's going to be in the finisher spot as opposed to the creator spot like he was in Purdue. Mm-hmm. So that may be something that kind of simplifies everything for him, being in that role as opposed to having to initiate everything. So you don't know. It's a different situation that he's going to be in here in Sacramento than he was in Purdue. So be interested to see. One thing that I did notice though, and I do kind of want to talk about, and KC's Mock Draft 2.0 coming up soon.
I know.
I'd have no problem with the Kings drafting Jaden Ivey. None. I'd love to see him with the Kings. This talk, at least from what I see right now, this talk about he may get to the point where, you got to move Fox and all this other stuff. In my opinion, from what I've seen, and I'm just basing it on what I've seen from college from both of them, he ain't De'Aaron Fox. He's not De'Aaron Fox. Like De'Aaron Fox coming out of Kentucky, to me, and he's still somebody that even struggled with this shot as well. His college tape is more impressive than Jaden Ivey. So I can't imagine Jaden Ivey being better than De'Aaron Fox. And maybe I hold Fox and his skill set in higher regard than some people do. A lot of people do. But for somebody that, like, when we talk about just explosiveness and quickness and, got to work on a shot or whatever, I felt, looking back at Fox's time in Kentucky, what he showed that year in Kentucky was, for me, more impressive than Ivey at Purdue. So that he needs to be playing with De'Aaron Fox. He's not going to replace De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it's like, well, if he comes in here and, he does this and that, then you move on from Fox. Well, no, I don't see Ivey being that level of player where you'd be comfortable moving on from De'Aaron Fox and still be a good team.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that's just also the wrong line of thinking. I don't think that's I don't even think that's the way anybody should be thinking. Like, you need to add talent to this roster, and I think Jaden Ivey is talented right now today at this moment. And I'm not, we do the things about ceilings and floors and all of this different stuff. And if I remember the story, if the story of Jaden Ivey was told to me correctly, he wasn't like a massive recruit coming out of high school. Mm-hmm. And then, he has a okay freshman year and then explodes his sophomore year, has the year that he has. Yeah. He works. We saw the improvement on his 3-point shot. He puts in the work. He's a coach's kid. Like, he knows the game.
Right.
I think the idea of him coming in here to replace De'Aaron Fox is silly. De'Aaron Fox needs to be a part of this team for a very long time. Domantas Sabonis needs to be a part of this team for a very long time, and they need to draft somebody who they believe can be a part of this team for a very long time. And when we've talked about this on numerous occasions, when you lack talent the way that the Sacramento Kings do, when you're a 30-win team the way that the Sacramento Kings are, there aren't a lot of things that you have to take into account here. You've got to acquire talent. You've got to get the best players on the floor and start there and build out. The draft is your start. You build out from there. And I think, and we're going to keep doing this, by the way. It's not like Jaden Ivey's the only guy we're going to dive into.
First guy, really.
He's just the first. Like, Shaedon Sharpe's going to be a lot more difficult than any of these other guys are.
We're going to go through some back channels.
Yeah. Damn, even I don't got those back channels. I don't know where we're going to get them bootleg videos from. But I know we're gonna do the same thing with Keegan Murray. I think, and you tell me how you feel about this. I think, for entertainment purposes, we could maybe do the same for Chet and Paolo as well.
Yeah.
I mean, God knows we have plenty of time to do it.
Right.
But we're going to dive into all of these players the same way we dove into Jaden Ivey. All I can say is last night I watched this film, and it admittedly, much like in to your credit, you were on Shaedon Sharpe long before the Sacramento Kings were really in a position to draft Shaedon Sharpe. You've been talking about him well before the lottery took place. Jaden Ivey was the first guy who was mentioned to me after the lottery. And when I dove in, so I had already kind of in admittedly, in kind of our first go around of this, like I really like Jaden Ivey. It's cool. And then I watched Keegan Murray, and it was like, yeah, I get it. Like I get why there's a group in this. There's a group of fans who really like Keegan Murray and the things that he could bring to the Sacramento Kings team. Likely day one. But as I dove into Jaden Ivey, and I threw out my tweet last night that Jaden Ivey is the pick, I got a call later on that night. Like that's the guy. It's the same person who called me before, but like that's the guy for this team, and I just get hung up on that. Like I don't discount those types of opinions from people who are significantly smarter at this type of stuff than I do. Like I just don't discount that stuff.
And in that same vein, a guy that I really respect his opinion and his basketball acumen, my NBA guy that I talked to right after the lottery, text me like, "Yo, Jaden Ivey, go get you Jaden Ivey, period." And I'm like, "Oh, man, I'm looking at Sharpe, bro." He's like, "Man, don't overthink this thing. Ivy sitting there for you. Go get you Jaden Ivey." I talked to him again this morning after I saw some stuff. I was like, "Yo," he's like, I like him. I like what I see. I have a couple of concerns, but I like Jaden Ivey. I've been looking at him the past couple of weeks." He's like, "I'm telling you, dog. Like he's and one of the things that he said when my concern about the 3-level score, he said number one, which he's correct. Like he's 20 years old. Like there's not a lot of 20-year-old people who have the 3-level scoring. I understand that. The other thing is, like in college, he was beating people with his fastball. Why mess around with the changeup and the curve if you just blow it right by people? If you don't develop the changeup and the curve when you get to the big leagues, they'll catch up to that. You know what I mean? But when you watch college tape, those guys couldn't catch up to his fastball. So he just kept throwing it. And you got to trust his work ethic and his want and drive to be the best basketball player he can be, where he's going to develop all those other things in his game. I'll say like this in conclusion. The Kings draft Jaden Ivey, I'd be so excited. I'd be so excited to see what he's going to bring to this team and to this franchise. He is electrifying. He is box office. And my excitement level will be through the roof.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I said last night to the person I was talking to about Jaden Ivey, I was like, I feel like he has so much potential. Like I think he might sneak into the top 3. Like, that's great. That's great. Then draft Paolo Banchero. He sneaks into the top 3, and Paolo Banchero falls to you. You take that guy because you'll be very, very happy with him as well.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what to think about this draft. Yeah, no. Hey, you're just fine if Jaden Ivey sneaks into the top 3. It feels like this happens. I don't feel like this happens as much in the NBA draft as it does like the NFL draft, where guys gain a ton of excitement, a ton of traction, and move up. And you see it a lot with quarterbacks. Like, oh, there'll be 2 quarterbacks drafted here in this first round of the NFL draft. And then, by the time you get to draft day, it's 5. Mm-hmm. And 3 of them are going in the top 10. And you find guys that, whether it's teams, scouts, who wherever, fall more and more in love with different players.
Mhm.
And I don't know if the level of love that scouts will have for Shaedon Sharpe peaks at, or excuse me, for Jaden Ivey peaks at 4 and just kind of separates him from Shaedon Sharpe and Keegan Murray and Dyson Daniels and some of these other guys that we've been talking about, or if it somehow gets a little bit higher. Again, one thing that has really had me with the line of thinking that the top 3 won't change is because of who's in the top 3 and how each of the players seems to fit that particular team so perfectly. That's the only thing that gives me pause on Jaden Ivey moving any higher. But I barring something unforeseen, I really think the Kings are going to wind up with a very, very good player 3 weeks from tonight.
So 2 things, and I agree. I almost got in trouble yesterday because I hit him with the sitcom line of what's the worst that could happen?
Oh boy.
Right. But I feel like I agree. At 4, if they just keep the pick and pick there, I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine with whoever's there. If that's Ivy hopping into the top 3 and one of those other guys fall out, I think they'll be fine. If you want to move up and guarantee you that you get, a certain guy, whether it's a Chet or Paolo, that's fine too. But if you want to stay pat, you're not missing out. I really don't believe. I believe that. I believe you're not missing out with anybody that's going to be left there at 4. The thing about Jaden Ivey moving up is it goes back to what I talk about all the time, and the question I was faced with last year when I was talking about Cade and Jalen and all this other stuff. I love Jalen Green, but if I'm in a position to pick, am I really going to pass up on Cade? If my job's on the line, am I really going to pass up on Cade Cunningham to take Jalen Green? And when you get in those situations, it don't really happen like that. It really doesn't happen like that. Then, like talking to other people, having conversations and all this other stuff, is you see this because like there's a rumor going out one way and reason why the Kings will be able to move up is because the Thunder like Ivy, but they don't want to take him at 2. Where like if something goes wrong, you can justify it and say, well, we didn't necessarily pass up on Chet or Paolo. We traded, got more assets, and Ivy was there for us. Whereas they want to take him at 2, but they're like, I don't want to pass up on, I don't want to be the team, the GM that technically passed up on Paolo or Chet. So let's just pass the buck to somebody else and let them choose, and we'll get in a position where we'll be like, well, that was who was there for us. We took best player available, right? So, yeah, they can. I say all that to say they can move up, or excuse me, they can think he's moving up in the draft, but who will actually pass on those other 3 to draft him? I don't know, dog. I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's funny to think about too. Ain't gonna be me. I ain't gonna be the one that pass up on one of these dudes.
Because it almost feels like that won't get you fired. Like if you pick the safe guy, well, I guess in Vladdy's case it didn't work out that way. But if you pick Chet and Ivy ends up being better, I don't think that gets you fired, right? But if you pass up on Chet to pick Ivy, and Chet, who was sitting there for you, like, why didn't you draft him? He was there for you, and you pass for this wild card that is Ivy. That's what gets you fired.
Do you get,
which is what happened to Vladdy, I guess, essentially.
Would you get a pass though for passing on Chet because of the history of big men going so wrong?
Maybe.
Like, I get why you passed on him. And it's not, I mean, Jaden Ivey is obviously getting a ton of attention here. It's not like you're, passing him to draft. I don't mean this as a knock, but like Dyson Daniels, who's just, in recent weeks is starting to climb up. He's starting to climb up draft boards. And, I think we saw him yesterday. I think it was as high. I think he was 6th yesterday in the ESPN mock draft that we were looking at. And maybe that's not even a good comp. Maybe AJ Griffin is a better example. It's not like you're passing on it for someone that feels like a total reach. Mm-hmm. Jaden Ivey's not a reach. And I think there's always going to be, whether spoken or otherwise, a hesitancy about dudes that are 7 feet tall. Like, I know it's a big man sport. Like, I understand bigs and bigs that can shoot threes and KD. Like, I get all of it. But Chet is a long, lanky, awkward dude. Mm-hmm. And I think that's I feel like a general manager, whether they're saying it out loud or not, is afraid of that. No matter how much film you watch, no matter how much you see, there's this, it's sitting in the back of your head that we got their medicals in.
Well, look, to your
point, what do his feet look like? What do his knees look like? What do his ankles look like?
To your point, once you pass 6 or 7 feet, right? Like 6'11", you may not have those concerns. 7'1",
yeah.
I'm terrified.
What's KD? 6'11"?
6'10", 6'11".
6'10".
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's kind of crazy like that. Like, I don't know how tall Jabari is, but I think Jabari's like 6'9", 6'10". Paolo's around 6'8", 6'9", maybe 6'10". No real concerns. Once you get 7 and above, like you said, I need the medicals, and I need the medicals of the people who perform the medicals. Make sure they know what they looking at. All right, because you get above 7 foot and it gets scary. I understand.
KD doesn't look awkward on a basketball floor to me. Bryant is adamantly against our claims that he looks awkward. Long, skinny, lanky. Yes, awkward. That dude moves like no 7-footer should be able to.
That's kind of scary.
I guess I'm just not there yet.
No,
I'm further along than I was before with Chet Holmgren. A lot further along than I was before. I just don't know I'm at the point of making a claim that he moves like no 7-footer should be able to.
He moved like Porzingis.
I feel like he moves well with the ball in his hands.
Right.
I feel like I feel like he has a certain. I feel like he has a certain level of grace bringing the ball up the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's just the long arms. Maybe it's just the size that I can't get past. Where I'm like, yeah, that's awkward.
It's awkward,
especially at Gonzaga, where like, yeah, that size really stands out.
It's absolutely awkward to me, at least, and it's kind of terrifying. Like, I don't want him moving too fast. I don't want him making sudden change of directions. Like, I get nervous when I watch him and he does that. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's he. Like, I don't understand, and I don't see it yet when people say like Kevin Durant. He does not move like Kevin Durant.
Mm-mm. Or Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett was brought up yesterday.
Those two move like, for lack of a better
Kevin Garnett
example, they move like Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey's 6'3". They move like him. Chet don't move like that.
Yeah,
he moves like a 7-footer. Moves
but
like,
to Chet's
like Porzingis, everybody, but maybe a little faster. But that's who you should look at, Porzingis. And I love Porzingis. Like, he was phenomenal before he got hurt.
To Chet's defense, though, I still think there are. He probably still has to learn his body. Like, I know that sounds weird, but he probably still has to figure out like how to. I think one of my biggest complaints with athletes, and I think you see it more. You definitely see more in college, but you see it with a ton of women athletes as well. Is like, I don't think athletes anymore are truly like taught how to run and how to, utilize their body movement efficiently. And sometimes when I watch Chet Holmgren, like, that's what I see, like a kid that just wasn't like, oh, you've got this size. Oh, he could play basketball. Oh, he's got these things. So you don't teach them the basic fundamentals of like movement. It's like that's the first thing you learn when you train with Albie and Connie. It's not lifting, it's not squatting, deadlifting, it's none of that. It's like, no, I'm going to teach you how to move. Right. Because if you can't move, you can't do this other stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking like you're not your first step in a run. You're going to go over that. Where's your leg? Where's your foot? Where's your toe? Where's your arm? You're going to go over that stuff and you're not moving on to anything until that's perfected. When that's perfected, you can move on to other stuff.
Right.
And I don't think these high level of athletes are really taught that anymore.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I see Chet, that's what I see. And I don't know that that's something that, a Pete Youngman in the NBA or that wouldn't be Pete's job, but like a strength and conditioning coach in the NBA is going to pull them aside and say, yo, this is what we need you to do. Like you want me to do what? You want me to work on bringing my knee up where? Fam, I just signed an $80 million contract. You trying to teach me how to run like I'm 8 years old? I think that's a tough proposition for potentially number 2 overall draft pick. But we'll talk more about this. We want to share
real quick before we go. My NBA final tidbit for this segment: last 10 NBA finals. People talk about West always so much better, all this other stuff. 5-5, 5 for the East, 5 for the West.
How many were LeBron's?
Almost all of them.
Okay, we'll come back.
And the one I got after this, I know you're trying to get out of here. Jesse, you're going to love me after this tidbit.
Oh, that's coming up. That's coming up. Plus, what we take away from the Athletic story regarding WNBA expansion and what that means for Sacramento. We've got that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I got to get out of this shirt. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you might be able to after this one. You're gonna love this one. You're gonna love this one. Awkward young Giannis. Nah, Giannis was different. Giannis, he was awkward, but he didn't move. Chet is a little stiff. Giannis wasn't stiff. Yeah. And also, he's a little taller too. Chet is taller than he was. David Garcia with Damian's Yeezy fit. That's hilarious. It's a nice little fit too, by the way. A little hot for that, but Frank Gore. No, man's legend. 2-1. I had a Frank Gore jersey. I still do. He's got to be, in my opinion. I know people tried to question that at one point.
Who's that?
Frank.
Who? Oh yeah, that's insane.
My litmus test was always, you don't have Curtis Martin in the Hall of Fame, Frank Gore in the Hall of Fame. Oh man, Frank
keeping the chili in the house, Roddy. That's why.
Oh man,
what happened?
I'm watching this highlight package of Frank Gore. They had him in the Super Bowl. Should have won. Damn. I can believe it. I don't know how he do it, but I can believe it.
It is, Dr. David.
Not gonna win a boxing match, though, but
Does Chet move like Yao? Man, Yao was so big.
Yeah, Chet moves better than Yao.
Yao was so big.
Yao was the stiffest of stiff. But Yao was very skilled. He was a very skilled player.
Whew. Man. That's a good one. Jesse asks who has a higher ceiling, Chet or Paolo?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm going to answer that, but just came across this tweet from Sports Illustrated. Tua decided to call out the quote-unquote keyboard warriors.
Oh, I saw that.
Criticized his arm strength. He ain't playing. Did he find his bark? Did he find his bark? Did he find his bark? Seemed like it. He called him out. These young boys ain't. That's crazy. Mari Hardwick explained how he was so broke during the first couple of seasons of Power, he had to get loans from 50 to survive, even though he was the face. Stars Network. All right, Jesse, you ready? You ready to give your official prediction? This one crazy right here. This is crazy. When I saw this. The last 3 NBA champions.
Oh, I think I know this one.
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
2019 Raptors, 2020 Lakers, and the 2021 Bucks.
That's a good one.
Beat Jimmy Butler.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Celtics in 6.
Jimmy Butler walking around talking about the road to the Larry O'Brien trophy goes through me.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler is the ultimate gatekeeper.
I like that. That's good stuff. That's a good note right there. That's a good note. Deuce and Mo going to join us coming up less than 30 minutes from now. We'll talk more about Jaden Ivey and, of course, the upcoming draft for the Sacramento Kings, as well as dive into game 1 of the NBA Finals, which begins tonight. That's coming up again in just about 25 minutes. Lengthy article came out in The Athletic today about WNBA expansion. The WNBA commissioner said they were down to 10 to 12 cities. Now, they did not state who the 10 to 12 cities were. They laid out some of the things that they believe are going to be taken into account as they pick. The belief is they're adding one team for sure, no doubt, but their true plan is to add 2. There's also a belief a lot of that expansion is going to be on the West Coast. So the Athletic kind of took the information that they got from the WNBA commissioner and used the other information that they had to kind of lay out at least 6 of the 10 to 12 teams or 10 to 12 cities that they believe are in kind of the final stages of this WNBA expansion. Sacramento was not mentioned at all. And I think we've talked about this on the show before, but we had kind of gotten some information behind the scenes. And so I started doing some digging with the people I'm still close with in the WNBA. And no one has heard anything about Sacramento getting one of these expansion teams. Oakland, it was referenced and spoke about in depthly, which should be absolutely no surprise. They've been very, very vocal about that. We've questioned the arena. Apparently, this ownership group led, or in Elena Beard being a part of that, former WNBA player Elena Beard being a part of that, former Duke player Elena Beard being a part of that. It is, in fact, the Oakland Arena where they would play. And I think, if I remember this note correctly, not only would they play in there, I believe they would own 50% of that arena as well. Another interesting note is a city that they referenced was San Francisco. Now, the San Francisco tie is the Golden State Warriors and Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob, I don't know that this has ever been confirmed, but I think Joe Lacob was close to buying the Sacramento Monarchs if good old Joe and Gavin Maloof didn't discard the team like it was trash and give the team 2 weeks notice. In fact, I'll actually tell the story properly. Joe and Gavin didn't give the WNBA any notice. They called the league and said, "We're out. It's over." And the league, Renee Brown, who took the call, was literally like, "What do you mean? No, we're out. We're done. We're out of the WNBA business. We can't do this anymore." Wow. And they begged them, wait. Let us figure this out. Just give us some time to figure this out. Deuce said, "Okay, 2 weeks. Like, so can you give us like a couple months? Like, give us time to put together an ownership group." We got 2 weeks and we're getting out. There was progress made with San Francisco. I assume it was Joe Lacob. There was progress made with San Francisco during that time. But again, you're asking to buy a professional sports franchise in a span of about 2 weeks. And
that's crazy.
Obviously, it couldn't be done. Not to mention the fact that Kevin Johnson was adamant that there were buyers here in Sacramento who would have kept the team. They would have bought the team. But, Joe and Gavin needed it over with as quickly as possible, so we lost that franchise.
Man, them dudes.
Yeah.
Them dudes really on some Ron Burkle stuff, man. They mess everything up.
So San Francisco was mentioned. I don't know if we talked about this publicly, but I know we talked about it privately. Toronto and Nashville were two other teams that were mentioned. Both of those cities have a lot of traction in terms of being one of the expansion teams. This is interesting, given the news about the Portland Trailblazers, is Portland being a team, which that one kind of pisses me off a little bit, because I think Portland had a team for like 2 years and you blew it. And it's like, if we're going to go back and look, it's not that they don't deserve another opportunity. I don't mean that at all. I'm sure things have changed and all this other stuff. But if we're doing that, why don't we go back here, who had one of the most well-attended franchises in the entire league? Why don't we start there? Why don't we start to a place who didn't fail with their WNBA franchise, who filled out that lower bowl every summer? Why don't we start there before we go to the franchises that failed and say, "Oh, you deserve another opportunity"? Now there's a caveat to this that I think is going to piss a lot of people off, just based on what I was reading. This is all coming from that article in The Athletic. Philly, by the way, is also another potential franchise that involves Wanda Sykes. There's a belief that maybe Dawn Staley is involved a little bit in that, but Portland, Nashville, Toronto, San Francisco, Oakland, and Philly are a big part of that. Someone asked me on Twitter, does this have anything to do with Vivek? Based on some of the things that I read specifically about San Francisco, and about the NBA's involvement with the WNBA, I'm feeling like it does. I feel like it does in the sense of, one, we have no idea whether Vivek has approached the WNBA at all about adding a franchise here to Sacramento. Two, if it comes down to, if he has, and it comes down to a region, and I know that you don't like this, I don't like it either, but we do have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of people who came to Sacramento Monarchs games were from the Bay Area. Like, they came down to support this team. Just as if San Francisco gets a team, I'd be happy to go there and support. I'm not going to support for 17 games a season, but I'll absolutely drive out to the Chase Center and see WNBA basketball. But if you have the opportunity to choose between Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors and Vivek Ranadive and the Sacramento Kings, who do you think they're going to go with? You got a franchise that has been mismanaged basically since you've owned it, and then you have the picture of how a franchise should be run in San Francisco, and not just the stuff that you see on the court. The Golden State Warriors are like the mark of how a franchise is run off the court as well, from their media relations people to getting players, to their relationships with radio stations and television stations, to all of that. So the mismanagement of the Kings, I have to believe, is absolutely a factor in the fact that it doesn't appear, again, it doesn't mean it's impossible, but there is absolutely no public momentum for Sacramento getting a franchise. And if they're not a part of this expansion, it probably means that the WNBA is not returning to Sacramento.
Yeah, if they aren't a part of this, what do they have? 16 teams right now?
Oh, no, I don't think it's that many. I think it's 12.
12 teams?
I think it's 12 teams.
They add another 2, that's 14.
But remember, we haven't added, the WNBA hasn't added a new team since Atlanta in 2008.
Yeah, but
So
I think they're in a different
14,
spot.
15 years ago.
Yeah, I think they're in a different spot. Like, I think if they add 2 that was starting 2024, I think maybe by 28, they might be ready to add another 2 to 4.
Man, I don't know.
It might be.
That seems tough.
Now, I agree with you. I think Vivek and what's going on with the Kings has played a factor in it. I'm also disappointed in, Seth Rollins. Get it ready. Disappointed in Vivek.
Oh my God!
Disappointed in him. A little upset with Vivek.
I don't even know that that's a heel turn, to be honest. That's just kind of par for the course.
I mean, like, what have you? This was supposed to be on your radar, and even if it necessarily wasn't on your radar, because there's been some. I know in the chat they were talking about it. I don't know a specific quote that I can go to and say that Vivek said he wanted to bring the Monarchs back, but there's people who believe, who have heard or whatever, that's what he had said.
Okay, since we're playing sound. I don't think he said that. Now, enough people have said I don't think he said that directly. There's clearly something there that he said, but I have searched and searched and searched for that quote, and I can't find it. If you have it, if you have the quote of Vivek saying he's going to bring back the Sacramento Monarchs, tag us in it at D-Lo and Casey, at ESPN 1320. Do whatever. I have never seen it. I know Kevin Johnson said it.
Maybe that's what was.
But I cannot find the quote of Vivek Ranadive saying it. So again, I'm not trying to. If you've got it, send it to us. I can't find it anywhere, and I've searched all over for it.
And I'll say this: even if he didn't say it, it should have been on his radar. It absolutely should have been on his radar.
It should have been part of the plan from day one.
Absolutely. That should have been part of what was going on when he took over the team. And I'll say this in defense, like if he wanted to get serious about it right now, and say, come out. I didn't know Sacramento wanted W. Let me get on this. I didn't know even if he wanted to pull one of those, right? My argument for him is the one thing that I haven't done right around here is put a winning product on the floor. Some would say that's the most important thing. But come to the Golden One Center. Look around. Let me give you before and after pictures of what was going on around here before I stepped in. Come right down here. There's an alleyway right here. You see that? That's K Street. Part of what you see down here, which is what you did not see 5-10 years ago, is about the vision that I had. And I helped revitalize this area. I can get this done. I'm trying to figure out the basketball stuff right now. But as far as creating excitement, creating an atmosphere, and creating something that people are going to want to attend and be a part of, I got that. You can say Joe Lacob has a 2 and all this other stuff. I get that. But I got that. I can do that. That would be one of my pitches for back. Like I said, I'm making arguments as to why it might happen. I'm kind of in agreement with you. I don't think that it will, based on these cities that are being talked about. I don't have a problem with any of the cities. They deserve a WNBA franchise just as much as, we say we deserve one here in Sacramento. So it all makes sense. Portland is the one that frustrates me. And I'll say it. You don't deserve a WNBA franchise. Yeah. You don't. You had your opportunity, you blew it. Maybe you deserve it on the next go around, if there is a next go around. But there's no way that Portland should be chosen before Sacramento.
I don't even know how you get the nod there. Like, where is Houston all of this? How is Houston not being referenced in this?
If we're being fair, that's got to be number one.
Yeah, and there's got to be a reason they're not. I don't know what it is, but there's got to be a reason that Houston isn't referenced in this. Because, again, I have no issue with Toronto, and Nashville makes total sense. The Bay Area, whether it's San Francisco or Oakland, again, that makes sense. Philly makes sense. And the Philly one is admittedly, even in the article, this is just putting a couple of pieces of a puzzle together. We don't even know what the whole puzzle is. It's just we've heard some things and we're putting this together. We don't know if the 76ers are involved in this or not. But I don't know how we're not talking about Houston and why Houston isn't, a discussion. I know. Is there Dallas Stars still a thing, or is there a Dallas team in the WNBA still?
Did they move? Is that who moved to Chicago?
No, the Chicago Sky have been there. No, the Chicago Sky have been there.
They were just a clear expansion. They didn't relocate.
Chicago was an expansion, yeah. Gotcha. Chicago was an expansion. Dallas Wings. Dallas, that was I can't keep track. Was that no? Tulsa is Las Vegas, which was Detroit. I can't even keep track. All these teams been moving so much. What was the now it's gonna bug me. What was Dallas? Because they couldn't have been an expansion team.
I'm lost on that one. I know.
Oh, I guess they were.
Yeah, okay. Expansion?
They were they weren't expansion. They were Detroit. They were Detroit to Tulsa to Dallas. Oh, Las Vegas was San Antonio. That's who Las Vegas was. That's who it was. The Dallas Wings. So, yeah,
I feel like that's a Sacramento. If you're looking to build your league, if you're the WNBA, you want ticket sales. You want your arena filled up or close to it. I feel like Sacramento is a proven market. I'm not. I know there's other things with like investors and Fortune 500 companies, and I get all that, but you want to be able to turn on the TV and look like, oh, this is happening, right? It's a good game. The crowd's engaged, all this other stuff. Not see empty seats all over the place. You're getting that in a guarantee in Sacramento. Like you mentioned, Portland had a team. It wasn't like they were selling out every time they played. It was number one in attendance. It wasn't that. You get those red empty seats up in the Rose Garden often. Maybe they'll change it around this time around, but they shouldn't get that opportunity before Sacramento. And like I said, if we're being completely fair, no expansion or anything should even start if Houston isn't number one on the list.
Right. And so my original thought behind bringing up Dallas was, how far is that from Houston? Because in my head, it's not even close. Is it?
I think it is. I don't know. I think it's about 2.5 hours.
Because I just know Texas is like 3-4 states wide. So
Texas take you a long time to get through.
I haven't been to Dallas, but I've been to, I think, or Vegas. I haven't been to, but I've been to almost every WNBA arena.
Ramsey would know. He says it's like 6 hours.
Okay.
Dallas to Houston is like 6 hours.
Seattle is legit. Like it's like Seattle is like picture perfect. Phoenix is really, really good.
Vegas is good.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Vegas. Minnesota's always been good. LA is solid. I think the
LA is
Sparks have a
kind
good
of
fan base.
falling off, in my opinion. Like
Okay. It's been a while since I've been to a Sparks game.
It seemed like there was more excitement in the past, and now they've got this crazy little situation where they can't get a consistent home game nowhere.
Yeah,
which is kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, that was a problem with the New York Liberty when they were at Madison Square Garden before they moved to Brooklyn. Washington is okay. That I think they recently left the Verizon Center, and I think they play their home game somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been to Brooklyn for a Liberty game, but I've been to Madison Square Garden for a Liberty game, and they've always done a really good job. Same with Indiana. Connecticut is unique in that the crowd is it's a casino. It's like the crowd is
comp tickets.
It's old. Like I was trying to say, do I say that the crowd is older? Like, no, it's fair to say that the crowd is old. Like, the crowd is so old in Connecticut, and they'll get loud. Like, I'm not making fun of them. Like, they'll get loud and that place will be jumping, but they don't want the music too loud. Yo, why isn't the music pumping through the arena? Well, yeah, the season ticket holders don't like it, because they're a little bit older. They go there, they gamble, they have the little buffets, and they come watch basketball. But that place will get jumping. Chicago was a struggle for a really long time.
Right.
Like, Chicago, they could have been the Chicago Kings. Like, it was rough.
Mm-hmm.
But they kind of got it. They kind of got it straightened out a little bit, and then obviously the acquisition of Candace Parker, what that led to was completely changed that franchise.
I'm not here to be disrespectful. I'm not here to be a Seattle and take away teams, but I'm not sure what they're doing holding on to the Fever.
The Fever is supported really well in Indiana, though. That's what it boils down to.
Not
the team stinks.
Yeah, well,
the franchise stinks.
Maybe they're getting it together, because that's the one that I don't ever hear anything good about on court. It's always bad about what they just got cut. What
they fall
just drafted them.
Yeah,
like second.
Yep. I mean, that's the whole point of expansion now. Like, when you're drafting players number 2 overall, number 3 overall, and they can't make your team, it's like, okay, you're not drafting that bad. There isn't room for them. Shout out to a couple of different people have tagged us in comments that were made. I don't the only one that been attributed to Vivek. I'm a huge fan of women's basketball, and we remain open to the possibility of bringing a team back to Sacramento in the future. There's another one here. Chris Granger says he and Vivek continue to have conversations with the WNBA about trying to bring the Monarchs back. Okay, that's the closest one. That's from 2016. And then David Stern said, I don't want to say anything about the Monarchs because I don't want to put any pressure on Vivek today. That was also from September of 2016. So I guess there was enough smoke around. There was enough kind of insinuations that Vivek was interested in bringing back the Sacramento Monarchs. And again, I want to be clear about what's in this article. The Athletic says 10 to 12 cities. The 10 to 12 cities aren't listed. There are 6 cities listed that they believe have the best chance of being, one of the potential 2 teams added to the league. We can't find anything publicly or privately that says Sacramento is going to be one of these teams. And that just leads me to believe if it's not now, it might not be ever. And the WNBA may, in fact, not be returning to Sacramento. And as I told the story of the Maloofs and how they kind of parted with this franchise, I found myself getting like angrier as I told the story. And now as I think about it, this whole thing just pisses me off even more when you start factoring in the MLS and the fact that a women's MLS team was supposed to come along with that. Mm-hmm. And how this city is being deprived of the value of professional women's sports. And hey, I love taking my son to this game. And like daughters want to go, they want to watch the women play too. And the fact that we're losing out on this opportunity, which I feel like this city is more than shown they can support, is really frustrating.
Hey man, this city will support anything sports. If they brought the River Rats back, they would support the River Rats. They would. So I look at
what is a river rat again?
It's a river rat, but they were rollerblade hockey. Never went to a River Rats game?
I did not. I admit I wasn't outside for that.
I never went either, but I remember them. The River
Rats.
Rats. They gonna name the team the River Rats. Come on, man. Who was in control of that one?
You say that in the wrong. Well, you know what? Never mind. Let's just. I think we need a break. And you know what? You think about. You realize what did we talk about yesterday? A regional, an NCAA regional is coming through here, and now the regional is coming through, and now Sacramento might have the opportunity to land a women's Final Four. Come on, man.
Come on.
The city deserves better.
After what we saw last week from the Republic. That's
right.
Come on. We need some of these teams here. We need some of these franchises here. We're trying to play where the big boys play. It's time to get some franchises here.
Look at the adjective. Play. We ain't here to play. That's terrible English, but it's a great joke for those that get it. We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo will be with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Look at the adjective. Play. We ain't here to play. All right, Big Kev.
Big sexy.
Big sexy.
I believe that. I think it's about to pop off this year. It's about to pop off.
Let's go.
I just hope he never leaves. They ain't gonna. If he gets into
Taylor is doing a great job.
Although he said he want to be like St. Mary's. He said he want to be like St. Mary's. Hang out for a while. And it's called Drake Bars, sir. And no, the season's over. Ain't no Drake Bars. After wins only.
Drake days. We ain't ready for Drake days. That's we ain't ready for Drake days. Come on now. Let's get the dynamic duo in here. What's up, guys?
Yo.
How are you?
So good. How are you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Great to see you guys. Great to see you guys.
You got that Jeff Van Gundy voice.
Me, Jeff, and Mike Breen been hanging out.
And Woj. Don't forget Woj.
And Woj, yeah.
Oh, no way.
I could not believe Van Gundy even did the game last game. I'm like, he's clearly sick.
Yeah,
and he's probably going to test positive, and sure enough.
By the way, four negative tests, just to be clear.
Damien, I had this really bad sickness and it was all negative COVID, but it was the worst adult sickness I had in my entire life. And I'm like, was this a different strain?
Yeah. Yesterday was as bad as I've felt from any sort of sickness in a really, really long time. And I was just like, okay. I'm not taking another one at this point.
Yeah.
When I took this morning, I would have actually been pissed if it was positive. Like, how did it, I've avoided it all this time, and now
you're going to get it.
Damn. So,
what's going on with you guys, man? Y'all good?
We're good, man.
Fantastic.
21 days till the big day.
Oh my gosh. It's going to take forever.
Exciting.
It's going to take forever.
Yeah.
It is.
It's going to take forever.
Feels like it's been in the 20s for a while now.
Longest draft season in history.
Dude. I'm just, at least they have the number 4 pick it just makes it more interesting. Like if they were 7 right now, I mean,
7 would be boring.
Yeah.
So boring.
Although they got quite a few players that I like at 7 around that area.
When's your next mock draft come out? Is it today?
It's today, man. Mock draft 2.0. You know, I got so much going on, man. I got NBA Finals tidbits. You know, I got mock draft. It's just crazy right now, man.
Kenny
Really,
worked hard.
it's crazy. I wish
How
I-
deep do you go in your mock draft?
Well, I only went 10, but
That's fine.
our guy Will Z was like, "Hey, I'm putting this list together of lottery. Can you go 14?" I was like, "No, get away." But then I was like, all right, I'll go 14. So I did the whole lottery.
Oh, wow.
I like Will Z's thing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dude, is he not so talented too? Like, it's
Will
just
Z.
amazing.
Yeah, Will's the shit. Will's awesome, man.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He is a godsend to the show for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. I got a tip. Well, I got Deuce Mo. I got to come with a good tidbit here.
Oh.
Wait, so is Will Z a stat hoe? Is that
Wow.
No. A stat hoe is someone who depends on stats
Okay,
to tell
okay.
them the whole story.
All right. Fair enough.
You guys are so good. I think you'll get this next one. I think
Ooh.
yeah, you guys are good. I think this is right up. This is right up Deuce's alley. You'll have this easy.
All right.
Could y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, by the way? We should be coming back any second. If I'd learned to get to a goddamn commercial break on time, we'd already be back. I haven't been paying attention to anything.
I was listening earlier when Kenny was like, "Yeah, let's take a break here." I'm like, "Whoa, damn, okay."
Oh, I need to retweet.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook as well. See them KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We welcome in Deuce and Mo. We got another NBA Finals tidbit though before we welcome.
Yeah, man. NBA Finals tidbit. You guys know I love the NBA Finals. I've been saying it all day. I love the NBA Finals. I can't wait. This matchup here, and the more I think about it, I think this is kind of easy. I think you guys will get it. I'm thinking maybe I was going to stump somebody. I don't know if I'm going to stump anybody. This is the Celtics' 22nd NBA Finals appearance this year. The Warriors' 11th NBA Finals appearance. Damian, Morgan, Deuce. Can you guys name the 6 teams that have never been to the NBA Finals?
Yeah, Minnesota,
Can you really name
OKC,
Okay.
Charlotte, Memphis. That's 4. How many more?
You only got 3, sir. I only put up my fingers for 3.
Wait,
Oh.
Charlotte, OKC, Memphis.
What? I said Minnesota.
Oh,
OKC
Minnesota.
been to the finals.
Oh God, I forgot they went to the finals against Miami. Duh. Yeah.
Okay, so you only got 3.
My bad.
I
I
love
was
that-
thinking of winning.
Definitely putting this on Deuce because I don't know the answer.
Damien, you want to guess here?
So where I have to like
You
feel
got
my way
Memphis.
around a map right now. That's what I do. I'm like, okay,
I was trying to let Deuce work this out because he clearly
go
had a strategy. I don't know if there's something in front of him. I just wanted him to be able to work through it. I mean, Sacramento, or does this count in Kansas City and
That's everything. Franchises.
Okay, franchise.
Also, the Kings are not on this list.
Okay. The Clippers?
There you go.
Clippers.
Wow,
Okay, so that's
good job.
4. We're at 4.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So 2 more.
You guys got Minnesota, the Clippers, Memphis. Who's the other one you guys said? The Hornets, right?
Yeah. Charlotte, Memphis, Clippers.
Bam, bam.
No,
Yeah, I'm too slow at this right now.
I need to do the Deuce thing and fill around the map.
I'm like, okay, let me go to Texas now. Oh, who are the other teams, Kenny?
Bam, bam.
the-
Go
Well, I
ahead.
don't know if this counts.
Go ahead.
Do the
Say it.
Pelicans count?
Correct.
Oh, good job.
Now, see, here's where it gets a little crazy, right?
Okay.
I have no clue.
The Hornets are on there twice, technically.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
when you look at it, when I went to my little thing, it said the Bobcats. Obviously, they had the whole name change with the Pelicans and the Hornets. So you count the Hornets twice, technically. It's Bobcats, Hornets, Hornets, Pelicans. That
Huh.
counts as 2 separate ones.
Have
And the one you guys didn't get. There's still
Wait.
one you guys didn't get.
Is it the Atlanta Hawks?
No.
Okay, who is it?
Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
Denver Nuggets have never been to the NBA Finals. So it's Bobcats, Hornets, Nuggets, Grizzlies, Clippers, Timberwolves, Hornets, Pelicans.
That's a good tidbit.
It's a great tidbit because I would have never gone any of those right
I got
anyway.
another question for you guys.
What?
Oh, God, here we go.
Who gets there first out of those 6 teams?
Ooh.
I'm going to say Clippers. Clippers might get there next year.
I mean, that's
Stop it. I'm not believing in the Clippers until I see it. You can't convince me. It's like every year, hey, the Clipper. I'm telling you, the Clippers. It's like, stay healthy then. Stay healthy. I mean, no.
I understand, but I go with the Clippers.
It's obviously LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets.
I like your Clipper. It's funny that none of us are picking the team with the MVP on it.
2-time MVP, back to back.
Yeah.
Needs help.
Needs help, guys. How's he gonna get that? Only way is to get to the finals. Sports radio right there.
What about my boy Ant-Man?
I like
Ant-Man
it,
gonna be the
man.
one?
I like it. I mean, if they get rid of Cat, they do some crazy stuff.
Oh,
Maybe
my God,
can't
you
win
are
with Cat.
So petty.
No, they're gonna have to move on with Cat. It's fine, and I'll die on that hill. They will be better when they move on from Russell and Cat.
They want Rashawn Holmes and Terrence Davis for Cat?
I'm good.
I'm good. You don't want Cat here.
You're talking to an anti-Cat guy.
I would
just
not
can't get
want.
down
I
with
wouldn't
him.
want Cat here.
Deuce hates cats. There we have it.
I don't even hate Cat. I would not want Cat here.
I'd take Cat here.
Of course you would. You would take a lot of guys here, wouldn't you?
I would. We need talent.
Didn't you say when I thought I heard you guys on a show like I don't even know how long ago it was talking like how you want AD here? If you could get AD, get AD. Oh yeah, because he's like a little piece of paper that can't even stay healthy. You'd like touch him and he breaks and he crumples. And
I'd take my chances.
no,
Matter of fact, I wouldn't even have him play till like January.
Just part time. Just part time. You're gonna miss games anyway, so it might
now anyway. So
Hey.
what's it matter?
That's true.
Damn.
All right. We spent all this time guessing these teams. We didn't even have to bring up like Deuce has been in a wedding dress since the last time we saw him. I guess we'll have to save that for another appearance. Like if you don't follow Deuce and Mo on Instagram, their IG stories have been pretty lit over the last couple of weeks.
They're looking smooth too. Dude, that red suit. Man.
All of, like they've been living that rock star life the last 3 weeks, man.
Deuce was out here looking like the Weeknd in that red suit. I see you. I see
dang. You guys,
See?
I'm not even kidding. My sister and one of Deuce's actually best friends that were getting married, and we were both in the wedding, and I'm not kidding you, it wasn't a wedding. It was a 4-day extravaganza, and that's why you saw so many different outfits and so much fun. And then, you got to pull out a song as a maid of honor, and there you go. We just performed.
It was awesome. Yeah, it was fun to watch. There was a picture that you posted, and I can't remember if it was on your feed or on your story, but I think you were in it, but your sister was in it, and she was making a face that's like, "Oh my God, you guys look exactly alike."
Yeah,
it wasn't like a smile or like anything normal. It was like a total like Morgan goofy face, and it was like, "Oh my God, that is absolutely your sister."
You
That's
guys,
funny.
we have the same voice too. It's really bizarre.
I love that.
Yeah. Older sister or younger sister?
Younger. She's 4 years younger.
I got you.
Smarter, prettier, sounds better. All the
Yeah.
jazz.
Check. Yep. That's for sure.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure this is what everybody tuned in for, but let's dive into, because you guys did something very publicly that Kenny and I did privately, and you were going through some Jaden Ivey film this morning over on your Twitch channels. Curious what your takeaways were from that.
Yeah, it's one game, and I finally got access to the stuff that you got access to, Dave,
Oh, my.
which has been fun. I've been digging into that a little bit, but today, yeah, I mean, it's one game. It was the Big Ten championship game against Iowa. There's definitely things you like, and it's everything you hear. Like in transition with the ball, the guy is amazing,
Dominant.
like it's
Unstoppable at times.
it's nasty. Defensively, and in that game specifically, I'm like, man, a lot of ball watching, a lot of losing your guy, but he can make up with it with his athleticism. He can get out and contest a shot, even if he gets beat. Like I think he's got the physical tools to turn into a good defensive player.
Yeah.
He's not there yet.
You guys, he has the physical tools, and part of the physical tools are his wingspan, and he keeps his arms right here, right by his side. Why? I don't understand how a coach hasn't gotten through to him, be like, hey, bud, those things are gonna work really well for you. You know, like you just got to keep them the thought process of keeping your arms up on defense. It's hard, but he's young and he's capable. And I think he just has to be taught, and then the discipline to keep his arms up is going to make him so much better of a defender, not only in the sense of being able to deflect the ball and everything, but you think about, you know, pistols, you keep your pistols up and then you can see out of your periph and really see man, see ball. He's only seen man and then he's only ball watching. It's like he's never seen both. And again, one game, it was a championship game that we watched, and the urgency and the intensity of his defense was something that bothered us. But one game that we watched.
Yeah, there was a clip that we all, I think, got tagged in earlier about. He was talking to, I think it was Mike Schmitz, about just having a sit down interview, and he was saying, you know, I want to work on my defense. I want to be better at defense, be a two-way player. And I said, I got conflicting feelings about this, because number one, you love to see that, right? Like you love to see a guy say, hey, I need to get better on this end. I want to be, you know, better on the defensive end. But there's a part of me that is like, defense is just about, a lot of the times, it's just about paying attention, being aware, being engaged in the game. Like I tell the kids all the time, like, it's really simple. I'm not asking you to read me a science project, give me a oral presentation of the rainforest like Reese just had to do this past week. I'm not asking for that. Just tell me what you're doing and say it over and over again. If you're in help. If you're in deny. If you're on the ball. Just tell me what you're doing. And if we get all five guys telling me what we're doing, now we're communicating. Now we're going on. And I get frustrated when it's like, yeah, I want to be better at defense, because that tells me that you're just not committing yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe, but he's 19, 20 years old. Like there's a lot of guys at that age who just aren't good at defense, that don't understand, especially when you're the best offensive player on the team. It's like, I don't need to lock up. Like they need me to get buckets. When you get to the NBA and your playing time depends on whether or not you're committed and locked in on the defensive end. A lot of guys can change and understand the dynamics of that. So I hope it's the latter. I hope, and just based on how he is as a player and his work ethic from everything that I've heard and read, I believe in him that he'll turn around whatever defensive woes that he has.
Love it.
Yeah, I think too what's so tough about him, especially if he's there at 4, is a lot of people feel like he's going to be the best guy available there at 4. And if you're Monty McNair, you're in the final year of your contract. We talk about like the Kings, whether we like it or not, they have positioned themselves where they want to make the playoffs next year. They want to build something faster. They're not going through their whole rebuild thing. They traded Halliburton. They got Sabonis. They're trying to do something now.
Mm-hmm.
Does drafting Jaden Ivey help you next year? Now, it could help you for years to come, and that's probably the way you should be looking at it, right? Is, hey, you know what? This guy could be a star, whatever, however you view him. But like, does he help them enough next year? You know, the one thing I don't think we saw enough of him at Purdue, and that could be based on the system he's playing in, is, yeah, he played off ball, but like they didn't have him cut a ton. When he did, he looked pretty effective. But there were so many times we're watching even that last game, and I'm like, he's just chilling in the corner.
Yeah, and there were times too. Maybe it was like part of Purdue's offense.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
But there was other times where I'm like, relocate with your guard. Your guard is driving down, like relocate and move with him a little bit so you can get that open three. Just, again, small things. And I've seen all of his offensive highlights, right? Like, haven't we all by now? Hopefully. It's like, they're sexy as hell. They're so fun to watch. And those are the things that attract us so much to Jaden Ivey. But then when you really break down his entire game and you go, what is his basketball IQ like? What is he like in some of these workouts that people may have with him? And how does he respond to direction and to someone telling him to change up this and do this instead? Is he doing it correct? Is he confused? What is that like? So maybe he is this high IQ player that in just some of these moments and cuts that we just saw that weren't very good of what he needed to do better at. But at the same time, like, his potential is there, and
No
I'm excited for his future in the NBA. But when it comes to the Kings, I sit on the fence with everything, so I'm on the fence.
Listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. You brought up the concern about Jaden helping the team next year. Is there a player in this draft that the Kings could potentially select, or even if they have to move up to select that player, that you think can help them right away?
I mean, I think Paulo Banchero immediately helps you. I love what I see from him. I mean, there's still some defensive stuff with him too. I'm not acting like he's like the perfect prospect, but he's 6'10", tremendous size. He can score on you, get out in transition. I mean, he's throwing lobs. He's nice. He's powerful. I just go, God, it's something the Kings just don't have, and they haven't had for a long time. I don't know if he's gonna be there.
Yeah.
Like, does he drop out? I mean, I guess this potential, if you believe the stuff on Ivy that maybe Houston is interested in him, or OKC, maybe Paulo's the guy that falls. But yeah, I love Paulo Banchero's game.
And I could be so wrong again about Chet, but with Chet Holmgren, I just look at his game as such a special game, right? Like, there's times where I'm like, there's no way this is going to translate. And then there's other times I'm like, look at these players in the NBA that have that special type of game that translated. A short point guard in Steph Curry that changed the game forever. A guy in Jokic who played at his own pace and his own weight. I mean, obviously he lost a lot of it to get even better and become an MVP, a 2-time MVP, but still, like, there's something special and different about these guys' games. Could that be something that Chet has that just some people are missing out on? I don't know, but that's another guy that I think can be can change a team.
I think Chet could help you next year too.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing that, especially with Sabonis out there, he is so good cutting. Chet is. He's such a good cutter, and he's played with a guy at Gonzaga who could pass the ball, so he's familiar with that. I like the fact that in transition, he can hit that three in transition, and then defensively, there are going to be times he gets overmatched, but there are a lot of times he held his own. I mean, he really does. Going up against Banchero and Mark Williams, he did all right. Like, he had a couple of nice blocks. I mean, he is a really smart defensive player. I think he's just a smart player overall. There's going to be questions about his frame, and I think those are legit. Like, I don't think anyone debates. He's going to have to add some weight, and he probably will. So I really like Chet, but I think for me right now, I really like Banchero.
Chet playing with Drew Timme back to Gonzaga for that Perry Ellis junior season.
I'm going to say, was he about 30 next year?
What are we doing here? Perry, I mean, this guy Drew Timme, I think he played with Adam Morrison. I could have sworn something with Adam Morrison. He going back to Gonzaga again. What are we talking about? Drew Timme's a young guy. But I'm with you guys, right? Like, I love Paolo. I remember I saw him in that first game of the season, and this is the first time I really got to see him. Came on these airwaves. I told Damien, I said, Damien, I don't mean to go crazy. What I'm going to say is crazy, but I feel like I saw Carmelo last night at the Garden. That's what I feel like I saw. He didn't do anything throughout the season to make me feel any different. I really like Chet. I've done some deep dives into Chet. I really like his game, like his makeup too. Like, he's kind of nasty. You know what I mean? Like, he
surprises you.
Yeah. I like Chet. Obviously, we talked about Jaden Ivey. I like him. Ironically, the guy that maybe I need to dive in a little bit more with, because I don't feel like his ceiling is as high as the other ones, is the guy that's probably going number one, and that's Jabari Smith. I think Jabari is just solid. Like, you know what you're getting. I don't see like all-star potential with him, but I like him. The whole point of all this is, I think worst case scenario, the Kings stay right there at 4. You're getting a good ball player. Like, I think they're in a great spot. I think they're in a great spot to get anybody that's there at 4.
And isn't it great to have some faith in this GM too? Like, and not feel like, oh man, are they gonna pick a Bagley? You know, like it. And I know that I'm not even trying to be sarcastic when I'm talking about it, because it's not funny and it's sad how long that has like now set back this organization and everything. But this is a GM that has had 2 decent draft picks come through Sacramento, one traded away for a 2-time All-Star. I don't know. There's just a lot more confidence going into this one. And you're right, Kenny, that number 4 pick, it's like, you're going to get a hooper, right?
Right.
How important is like fit though with this pick? Because we opened up talking about Jaden Ivey. We've been diving in, talking about Jaden Ivey. He is a name that so many people are talking about, but it's also like, oh, you just mentioned the picks from Monty McNair. Like, cool, Tyrese, Davion, and Jaden Ivey. They all have something in common. It's like, and it's great that you turned Tyrese into Domantas Sabonis, but how big of a concern is drafting another guard, or how big of a concern is fit for this draft pick?
I go back and forth on it, because I've always been like, hey, just draft the most talented guy. I mean, if you get to 4 and it's like Ivy and Keegan Murray are available, I think Keegan is probably the better fit for next year. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to debate like the fit for next year, right? He's got size at the wing spot. He could shoot it. Good defensive player. But like long term, how do you project it?
Yeah.
And in this league and in Sacramento, there's you need talent. Talent wins.
And so, even having that asset could be so valuable.
Yeah, it just puts you in this predicament, and this is the path they chose, right? Like they chose, like they're going to push to try to get into the playoffs and contend for a plan, be a playoff team, and now they're in a situation where they're going to have a serious debate between fit and just talent, and I don't know, like I need to still dig more and more into this draft over the next 21 days to like say, oh, this is for sure what direction I think they should go. But I think you have to go with the guy that can give you the most upside. And that's tough, because it could be Jaden Ivey. And that may not help you next year a ton.
Could be Shaden Sharp.
It could be. And by the way, I heard you guys talking about that earlier. There is a way you can see some of his stuff on that link that you guys have. So, man. I'll show you. I'll shoot you a message.
Please do.
I was like Kenny. I was like Kenny too. Like, I'm in the expensive store. I don't want to break anything because this stuff isn't mine. Make sure I get to the right spot. Are you leaning towards a particular player right now?
Oh God, not me.
I mean, I think for me, it's just like I'm more hoping that Banchero is going to be there.
Okay,
and so it's more of a hope thing. But I'm kind of in the Kenny boat, where I think you're going to have a decent choice at 4. I'm not saying you can't get it wrong, because of course you can. We've seen it a ton in Sacramento. But I think there's some pretty good options in this draft. And even if you do trade down, I do like Dyson Daniels a lot. We got to see him last year. I called a couple of his games. I know Morgan saw him more than I did, because she went to Vegas and saw the G League Ignite. His growth as a player from the first time we saw him till later in the year. I mean, he had a game in Stockton where he was just absolutely dominant, like everywhere. And I'm not going to like pretend like he's like some explosive scorer. He just does everything well. Just a smart player, defender. And you see him, he's starting to rise up draft boards. And I put some stock into him, just high basketball IQ guy. And he was in a system with the G League Ignite that I believe in, because they're playing with some veterans. They get that NBA coaching. Jason Hart's a really, he's not only played the game, he's obviously coached in the college game. And then now with the G League Ignite, it's just a professional program.
The type of attention that G League Ignite gets in the G League is just tremendous.
And then you hear that he's close to 6'8".
Right. And physically he's grown too. So not only his game and his IQ, but physically as well. But, for me, I think Deuce actually gets frustrated after every single year when we get to the draft and like, who do you want? Who do you want? I don't want anyone at that point. Like, I'm always just like, pick for me. But this is why, you guys, because I'm also the type, soft, whatever you want. I don't care. But the other thing is, I'm the type that wants to have all the homework done. All the homework is watching at least an entire season of them, which I don't have time for an entire season. I can watch games, I can watch highlights, but then I still don't feel like I should be an expert and should be telling people what I think.
Sure.
And then on top of that, though, I really wish there was a way for us to be in those interviews, in those workouts, and seeing so much more of how these guys react to effort and to, like I already said, you know, being told a different direction and what to do next. Those things matter so much and show so much about someone's basketball IQ to me that, like, yes, I feel like I don't fully know any of these draft prospects, even though I read and watch every single thing I can.
I think the other thing too is the reality is we're going to 3 years, 4 years from now, there's going to be a guy who goes 15, 16 or 17th or something that was just better than some of the guys in the top 7.
And that too.
And we're like, what? How did we miss that? It's like, well, because we're paying attention to the mock drafts and then we go watch it. We're not going to spend time watching 500 prospects. All right. I'm not
We're watching them since they were 14 years old.
I mean,
you
Mike
know?
Schmitz is watching Chet when he was born, like shooting a papa shot or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty insane. The guy's like, yeah, I'll never forget when he was dunking on that Nerf hoop when he was 7 years old. I'm like, how do you know this stuff?
He was 6'8", and
Well, look, the other thing about it, guys, and this is what I try to remind everybody. It's like Jim Moore once said to us.
You think you know, but you don't know, and you never will.
Come on, man. The draft is inexact science. We are looking at 17, 18, 19-year-olds and saying, and some people are saying, oh, this is what he's going to be when he's 27. Like, how could you do that? How can you do that in life, let alone basketball, where in a competitive thing? Like, you got a good idea, but really at the end of the day, it's nothing but an educated guess. And you're just going to cross your fingers and you hope everything works out. So
wait, Kenny, is that what I should just state whenever I pick a guy then? This is an educated guess, and this is my decision. Okay.
Absolutely.
I like that.
Put it right there and do that. Except if it's Shaden Sharp, then you can say, yo, this dude right here, this ain't no educated guess. This is a fact. What my man say? This is not a prediction. It's a spoiler.
I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's the thing on Sharp. Do you think that McNair would take a swing like that?
I don't know. There are questions with Sharp. I joke about it a little bit, but I don't know. The kid's 17, 18 years old. Like, he may not even love basketball in 4 years. So who knows?
So weird.
I don't think he will. I might. I don't think Monty McNair will.
then you get the pick wrong, and
You all bought it! You all bought it! Hook, line, and sinker!
you all bought it. I love that Morgan thinks she has to be an expert to say what her pick is. Like, oh, I've got to be an expert to tell you. It's like, no. Have you ever been to Twitter?
Yeah. No, exactly.
I don't make predictions, but that's my thing. Even on Twitter, I don't even comment. Like, you guys, does anyone else see like the basketball is life, Twitter, whatever, like whatever, ball is life, whatever. And they'll always be like, oh, is this a travel or or are they good? Yeah. And I'll always have my opinions. I'll start typing it out and everything. And then I'll delete it all because I'm like, I don't feel like arguing with anyone, debating with anyone. And I think I'm right, but actually I'm not positive that I'm right. So yeah, I have a horrible mindset with all that.
That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. What are you guys' thoughts headed into tonight, game one? Like, Kenny and I are super hyped for this finals. I don't know that we could have gotten a better finals matchup than the Boston Celtics versus the Golden State Warriors, and we're pretty excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for it because I think this is probably I think Boston's a great matchup. I mean, they match up well against the Golden State Warriors. I wish Rob Williams was healthy.
Yeah.
You know, watching him last game, you're like, he's not 100%. He's limping a little bit out there. He's just not moving the same.
Yeah.
I think he's a game changer to me. If he was able to play and be like 75, 80%,
well,
I think it's really interesting.
It gets so interesting too because of the Warriors in their lineup, right? And just Looney being out there and trying to look at, okay, we got these two big guys, obviously, and Al Horford as well. How do we defend this? they know how to defend it, but I think the adjustments would have to come along, where now it might be they're so prepared, they're ready for him to play, not play, be injured, Rob Williams, whatever he needs to do, that the Celtics are really just going to need guys like Grant Williams and Derek White to step up, not only on the defensive end like they can, but on the offensive end, they're going to have to contribute to make sure to make this like a competitive series.
And they the Celtics have been through a lot in the playoffs. You think about these long series, they're banged. I know everyone's banged up this time, but Golden State's had some time to rest.
Yeah.
And I think they're playing their best basketball that they played all year. People are referencing what happened against Boston earlier this year. And hey, here's Boston's record against Golden State with Steve Kerr coaching. I don't care. This is the NBA Finals. This is not some regular season game in December. This team, this Golden State Warriors team, has been through it all. They know what it's like to play in big moments. That group with Steph, Clay, and Draymond together, they don't lose playoff series. I mean, they're legit, obviously. So I think it's going to be a tough series, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm going to give you guys another tidbit just because Deuce Mo's here. We're going to do something special here. And Deuce kind of alluded to it. NBA final games for this Warriors roster, 123 NBA finals games. NBA finals games for this Celtics roster, 0. Nobody on this roster has played in the NBA finals. So that's both ends of the spectrum right there. I'm going with Boston. I love and completely agree with everything that you said, Deuce, about Rob Williams. That's a huge X factor for me. I saw the same things that you saw from him in Game 7, just kind of dragging that foot up and down, or excuse me, that leg up and down the court. My thought is the knee isn't good enough for him to play every other day. That's why I think in the playoffs, he might have played games 5, 6, and 7. But for the most part, it was he had to be out for a game and then he'd come back. He had to be out because he couldn't do every other day. Now with this schedule, he's going to have sometimes 2 to 3 days in between games. So maybe that could help him just get through the series. That's really the big thing. The other thing about this series that I look at, and it doesn't mean that Golden State's incapable of winning, but this is the first time in the finals, maybe outside of Toronto, which they lost, where they on offense don't have a guy that they can go at and pick on. They can't try and and pick on this guy Kyrie or Corver or
it's a good point.
What's my name? Delhi. They couldn't. They're gonna, any switch that they have is going up against a very good to elite defender, and we saw that against Toronto. They struggled. They were down 3-1 in that series. So I don't know. It is a good matchup for Boston.
Kenny, you mentioned your tidbit. How much do you think experience can actually benefit the Warriors, or do you feel like in this series it's just different?
Well, I said this about, what was it talking? Maybe it was the conference finals or whatever. Yeah, it was Dallas and Golden State in the conference finals. And I used the analogy of boxing, where when somebody would face Floyd Mayweather, they talk all this stuff about facing Floyd, but the fights that you've had, even if they were title fights that you've had up until that point, it wasn't the same level of fighting Floyd Mayweather with all the pop and circumstances that you give with Floyd. So he would always talk about how I've been here. Like, I'm used to all this. It's not a surprise to me. You get out here, the lights are a little brighter. There's more cameras than you've ever seen. There's more people, more camera phone. Like, it's just like, whoa, like this is a little different. And it would take them time to adjust. And by then, Floyd is up 7 rounds to 1 and it's over. I kind of feel that could be the case for this NBA Finals. Warriors been here. They know the production that is an NBA Finals game. She won't be there this time, but Rihanna, Jay-Z, Beyonce on court side, this is a big deal. This is the real deal. They're used to that. They've seen it all.
I love it. She won't be
marrying Nia Long. Ain't nobody checking for that.
Well, what you mean? Ain't nobody checking for that?
Checking for that? Like their coach is marrying, like their coach is marrying their crush.
Hey, hold on. Damian, come on. Like I all due respect, I love Nia Long. These kids might not even know who Nia Long is. Let's just be real.
That's cap.
What has she done in the last 15 years?
Oh, nothing. But you don't need to know what she's done in the last 15 years.
You know, we love Ashanti. You think Jason Tatum? Well, they might know Ashanti. Do you think they know Ashanti had songs, or is she just an IG model? Maya? You think they know Maya? No.
No, the fact that you even put Maya and Ashanti on the level of Nia Long is baffling.
What you talking about? I mean,
Wait, I honestly don't know much about Nia Long. I obviously only know who she's married to.
the gorgeous.
She was everyone's crush for what, a solid 5-7 year period.
Okay.
I'd give her 10. I just played safe.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Yeah, like she was. Ooh. Yeah, she was on the Fresh Prince. She was Fresh Prince's girlfriend for a little while.
Okay.
Love Jones.
Yeah, she did.
Best
She did.
Man. She was everywhere. Soul Food. Everywhere you went.
I don't know about the Best Man. Like,
But yeah,
if
Riri won't be there. She's a mommy.
Oh.
have you taken the have you taken the black movie test that's on social media right now?
I have it in my favorites. I got to go through there and get my.
I did see that the other day.
I think there's 50. I don't think I'll get 50.
50. I got 48. And the two that I didn't get, I've never heard of.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's like 36. Number 36. I think nobody's ever heard of that movie.
You had 48 out of 50?
I had 48 out of 50. Yeah.
I'll probably get 45.
I just don't watch movies. I just don't watch movies.
You're not a movie person at
That's
all.
my
He's
thing.
never even seen Love and Basketball, for God's sake.
Some of those.
Well, you got to watch that.
I know I need to watch that. I know.
It's a
I know.
great movie.
I mean, some of those movies, like Baps, like that just showed up on BET one day, and it was like, I don't have
I had
anything.
the VHS. Well, my mom had the VHS. I watched the movie. Babs was a good.
That sounds right. That absolutely sounds right. Not that you have to be an expert to do this, guys. But who are you picking?
I'm gonna say Warriors in 6. I think the Rob Williams factor is big, and I do think, like Kenny was talking about, the experience. I think that matters more in a game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Sure.
You know, it just feels a little different. But
On James
Boston,
filling out game.
yeah, I mean, Boston's been in back-to-back series that went 7 games with a lot on the line against great players. So I don't know that they're going to be rattled in a series. What's that?
That could help, though.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think that helps him in the series in general. I just think game 1 of the NBA Finals, it may feel a little different tonight. I mean, the Warriors' first NBA Finals game at Chase Center, they've had some time off. Like, it may take a little bit of adjusting, and maybe that's only a first half. Maybe that's a first quarter for Boston. They get settled right in.
So I'm because I hate this question. And Deuce
Do it.
knows
Do it, you coward.
Oh no, I'll do it. I'll do it. This is not an educated guess. This is not anything except me going off of what I said before the postseason about the Celtics. And I said I wasn't a believer. And then I started to believe. And why should I not believe in them right now? So I'm just going to go Celtics. Let's go to a game 7 because that sounds delicious.
Celtics won a game 7 in San Francisco.
Wow.
How dramatic.
Wow. Well, you know, they do lose game 7s at home. It's not above.
That's true. They've done that before.
Facts.
So that
Here's a tougher question. Who's the best player heading into tonight's game 1? Who's the best player on the floor?
Still Steph. I'm
you
still
said
going
that.
Steph.
Okay.
I mean,
quick.
if you go all around, like you're going to start thinking the emergence of Jayson Tatum, right? Because of just his lockdown defense and then the way that he is capable of scoring. But until on this biggest stage, which Kenny gave us the tidbit, 0 finals, until he can show on the biggest stage, brightest lights, that it's him, then it's Steph.
Yeah, I'm still going with Steph. And I think Steph, I know people are like, oh, defensively, he's gone a lot better defensively this year. He's made a lot more defensive plays. I think
Mike Brown's probably helped him a
shout out
lot.
Mike Brown. Shout out Mike Brown for putting him in a nice position. But yeah, Steph has continued to work on his game. And I think Jayson Tatum, I mean, he's going to be there. I mean, like more by the end of the series, we may be saying Jayson Tatum was the best player in this series.
Yeah.
He's the best player because of his ability. I mean, he has some big shots in that last game too. I mean,
He did.
Obviously, the turnovers can be an issue with both teams. Turnovers could be an issue with Tatum, but you've seen him in big moments not look rattled.
Yeah.
So I can't wait to see him on this stage.
Yeah. I went with Tatum because he has the strap right now. He's got the KCC championship belt right now. So He's got it. He's got to be the best player in the series. This is a title match. Steph can take the strap off of Jayson Tatum if he gets the series victory. But
turn into 24/7 title here in this series.
Yes.
but right now, today, I've got Jayson Tatum as the best player. But I like I told Damien, it feels a little slimy for me to say that. I feel a little disrespectful saying that. I want to apologize to Steph right now because I mean no disrespect by saying that.
Damn.
I want to point one thing out before we let you guys go. This is something I just have to say out loud because it come to this realization over the last few days, and I find it's funny, and I just want to share it with somebody.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure Al Horford's going to the Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
Like Al Horford on his career is like 13-8.
Yeah.
But he is like the most reliable human being perhaps in existence. And now he's at this moment in the NBA finals where he's back with Boston. He's like been such a difference maker for them. I'm sitting here looking at this like he peaked at 18.6, 17 and 10. Yeah.
Well,
you got to include the Florida stuff too.
He's the last team to go back to back. I think it was his Florida team. Him and Joakim Noah.
That was a legit ass team.
Yeah, if he gets an NBA champ, he might be in there anyway. But if he gets an NBA championship, it's a fact.
I think that's been one of the most surprising things of the entire postseason is his. I mean, we literally had an Al Horford game in the playoffs. What he had like 35 in a game.
But it's not only that we have an Al Horford game, he's been pretty consistent with his game throughout the postseason. I mean, you're seeing this guy become this rim runner. He's getting a rebound, sprinting back. I mean, yeah, it's just been incredible what we've been seeing from him.
By the way, Damien, I got 47 out of the 50. I haven't seen Moonlight, Just Another Girl, and Get Out.
Some of the
wow. I don't know where to begin with that. So we'll say goodbye to Deuce and Mo because you guys got a watch party tonight beginning at 4:00. And we appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll come back. We've got KC's Mock Draft 2.0. He's the movement. Personally, I think he's lying. We'll find out when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Oh, yeah.
You want to take this one? I'll take the next one.
Yeah, so good. Okay. Always good to see you guys. Talk to you guys. I might get in there on the watch party a little bit too, man.
Hop
in there.
Kenny.
You got to try playback, man. It's fun.
All right, guys.
All
right.
Bye.
Oh, Damien. Feel better.
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, no, I'm fine. The worst.
Hey, had to go. My bad.
Oh yeah, do you have to go?
No, KC gets up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, see ya.
No, it wouldn't rush you guys off like that. I just know we do a short. When we come back, we only go like 10 minutes and then we take another break.
Yeah. No, just want to make sure that you're doing okay. So.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Good.
I got something right here.
Oh, what is that?
It's a little bone.
Oh,
dude.
A little bone. It says smoothie on the back. And then
Damien.
I got a little lock of her hair in there.
That's so adorable. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I love it too. It looks actually really stylish.
Are you, is that like, how are you handling all that? Is it getting easier by the day or?
Yeah, no, it fucking sucks. Like bad. But yeah, like, I mean, every day is different. Yesterday yesterday was tough. Like, I don't know why. I think it was because I wasn't feeling well. Yesterday was tough. Like, but every day it's kind of like, you get further away from it. And, you like, I think about her at dinner, like everything is the same. Like I didn't change anything because they have they have their placemats that say Sprout and Smoothie on it. Right. And they always know which one to go to and where to eat out of, but they would always come get their treat. And then they would cross and they would drink out of the other one's bowl. So I never move Smoothie's dish because Sprout likes to drink out of her bowl still. And so that always kind of makes me laugh is that like, everything is kind of, I left everything the same. So
wait, so how's Sprout doing with all of it?
Yeah.
Overall, I think she's fine. There's been some moments where I've caught her lying by the garage door and lying by the front door, which is something that she never did before. So, I talked to her a lot. Like, I know you miss Smoothie. She's not coming home. And so, yeah. So, but overall, good. Yeah. We walk a ton, which we couldn't do as much because Smoothie was so sick the last, like, close to 2 months of her life. So, or not close to 2 months, over 2 months of her life. So, I make sure she gets a lot of attention. And overall, I think she does. She's doing okay.
Oh, good.
I can't imagine.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I'm glad Smoothie's not in pain anymore, and I'm really glad that Sprout has you.
Yeah, I'm glad I got her because, I'm glad I got her, that's for sure.
Yeah,
we get it now. We get all of it now.
Yeah.
do your thing. Do your thing.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep.
Bye, you guys.
See you.
You want me to stay or
What you mean?
stay on that?
Oh, no. Let's switch back.
Okay.
Switch back. I need to ask you about those 2 black movies I didn't see. One of them, I don't even remember the name of it. I never heard
the
it.
girl one. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good movie. That's a good movie.
I know Soren. Yeah, man. I ain't never seen it. I've been meaning to see it. I ain't seen it, man. I saw the other one though. What was the other one? Us. Yeah, I saw Us.
Yeah, Us. Yeah, Get Out is better. Us is good.
Yeah.
Get Out is better.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about Us.
Yeah. No, you saw Us, right?
Nothing. Yeah.
Get Out. Yeah.
Great things about Get Out.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live as well. Big shout out again to Deuce and Mo for carving out so much time to come hang out with us here today, because they're going to be right back here on the stream as soon as we wrap up at 4:00. They'll be taking over for a watch party tonight leading into the NBA Finals. Before we dive
for you.
Oh, another tidbit. I love tidbits. What do we got?
For you. Now there's a bonus one that, because I used 2 for Deuce Mo. Another one that I wasn't gonna put in. They talked about the record against Steve Kerr. The Celtics are 9-7 all time against Steve Kerr. It's best win.
Is that that's okay? That's what I was gonna ask. I think it's okay.
That wasn't the tidbit though. The tidbit is the Lakers have 16 championships. The Celtics have 17. They're 1-2 in NBA history by far. Do you know who's third?
Is it the... Oh, man. There is nothing less compelling than listening to an idiot try to think of an answer to a question on the radio. So it's not the Warriors, because that would be, I think, 5. Or is it the Warriors?
Yes and no. The Warriors are tied for third with.
Okay, wait a minute. So with the Bulls, yeah.
6.
Okay.
Warriors win this one. They go to third by themselves.
Okay. So 6 to 16. Goodness gracious. 6 to 16.
There was some other stuff on this, one of the websites I got all this from. I mean, geez, the Lakers and the Celtics, my goodness. The Lakers have 93 finals games won. Celtics have 77. Third is the Warriors with 29. That is some crazy stuff. Those
are the Celtics and Lakers tied at 17?
This one, where's the thing at? Where is it at? I had it up just a second ago. Oh, yeah, they have I thought they were too. This says the Lakers have 16 and the Celtics have 17. I thought they were tied at 17, but I could be wrong.
Huh.
Maybe that's
that's cold.
They do have their last appearance being 2020, so they can't. Maybe
That's cold.
Maybe they
That's
both
cold. Doing the bubble championship wrong. Doing the bubble championship wrong. That's cold work. That's
Everybody
cold.
says they're tied at 17. I'll listen to you guys on it because I thought they were too, but this website has the Lakers at 16.
Cole out here calling you Chris Broussard, man. That is cold. Like, damn, Cole. He's back, fam. Jeez, Albert. That's a call. They call him Chris Broussard.
Don't be disrespectful.
Man, might as well talk about Cheryl and Elk Grove while you're at it. Jeez almighty.
Disrespectful.
I think this is the 22nd finals appearance for the Celtics. So if they have, they've played 21 NBA finals, so they have 7. That means they've lost 4.
Wow.
They're 17-4. Good God, man, that is.
Wow.
I mean, I know it's not 6-0 or anything, but goodness gracious, that is just
wow.
That is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You want to do
finals appearance 1951. They're 1-1. 100% winning percentage.
Jordan would never.
It's hanging in the rafters.
What was I gonna? Mock draft. KC Mock Draft 2.0. Yeah, you want to give that to us right now?
Ready, Jesse? I'm gonna shoot. Break down the 4-4. I'm gonna shoot this to you right after I announce it.
Oh, it's keeping it a secret. Wow. Yeah. Ain't no breaking kayfabe with Kenny Caraway. Man,
it is what it is. All the boys in the back, they know. They know my Mock Draft 2.0 is what it is.
Fire me. Kenny gonna start cussing any minute. It ain't KC no more. It's MJFC.
That was a hell of a promo. He had me wondering. I was like, was it?
That was good.
That's a good one. So we'll go 14 up to 1.
Good.
Yeah, we'll go 14 up to 1.
That's about as compelling as me trying to think of the answer to your question live on the radio.
Number 14, the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to select Ty Washington. I like Ty.
I like Ty more than TT.
Right. TT. Yeah, we were out there. TT does the same. Just says so easily. Couldn't believe it. Number 13, Tara Eason out of LSU going to the Charlotte Hornets. Forgive the first name and the last name. Ajibali out of Kansas.
Okay.
Small forward.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys know who I'm talking about. Number 11, Dyson Daniels to the Knicks at 11.
Wow, 11. Okay.
Yeah, I think when it comes to it, I think he'll fall back.
Wow.
Back a little bit. Number 10, Duran going to the Washington Wizards. Number 9, as there was some movement. Number 9, Johnny Davis is going to the Spurs.
Okay.
Number 8, AJ Griffin is going to the Pelicans. Number 7, Benedict Mathurin going to the Trailblazers. He moved on up from 1.0.
Can't wait for this.
Number 6.
Yep.
To Indiana.
Yep.
Keegan Murray out of Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5.
Yep.
To Detroit. Out of Kentucky. Shaden Sharp. Number 4 to the Kings out of Purdue. Jaden Ivey.
Okay.
Kings 4.
Now why? Why did you make the switch?
Because it's a mixture. When I do the mock
it's not
draft,
clickbait because there's literally nothing to click on. So what made the switch?
So with the mock draft, I try to have a combination of what I would do and what I think would happen. I personally, to be honest with you, I'd still roll the dice on Shaden Sharp. I would at 4. Go ahead.
Is Shaden the example you were using about Jalen Green last year? Would I have the guts to do it? Is it starting to fall into that category with Jaden Ivey?
A little bit with, well,
I wondered if you would get there. I just didn't think it would be here.
Not necessarily. I think
Okay.
I would still take Shaden. I don't really think twice about it. Like, I'd still take him. But with the mock that I try to put together, it's a combination of what I would do and what I think is going to happen. And I think as we get closer to this, I think we get further and further away from Monty taking a chance on Shaden Sharp. I think he'll go with Jaden Ivey. I actually think he would go Keegan before he goes Shaden. And I thought that was crazy talk when the lottery happened. Like, I wouldn't do that. But I think Monty specifically in this situation would go with one of these guys that are a little more proven than Shaden Sharp. So I got Jaden Ivey going 4, Paolo going 3, Chet 2, and Jabari Smith 1.
Man, it really doesn't feel like anybody's got Jabari coming out of that number 1 spot.
Yeah, man. And I heard some things when the lottery, started, and it was like, yo, this guy's meant for Orlando. Like, Orlando's been waiting for this guy. I heard that type of stuff. But everything that I hear is that Jabari's going 1. And ironically enough, Jabari's the guy that I don't want to say I'm not sold on, but I don't think he has the high ceiling that at least 3 or 4 of these other guys have. He's good though. I think he's maybe that's what it is. It's just a solid selection. Just a good, nice, safe pick here for the Orlando Magic, and we'll keep moving. I almost feel like you can't go wrong with Jabari. Like, he's going to be solid. Okay, good stuff. We'll step out. We'll come back. I know it's kind of short, so my bad. But we'll step out. We'll come back. We'll reset. Olivia Christian is going to be with us at the top of the hour. God knows what we'll talk about with her. The streets are buzzing right now. There's always a plan until the conversation starts, and then it goes in a variety of that is 100% accurate. Plus, a classic debuts 20 years ago today, and LeBron James again does something even Michael Jordan didn't do. We'll explain what that is when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That was a GLT from Damien. A greeny like tease. Greeny like tease. You doing the show? Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me make sure that the clock is good. Boom. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches doing what they do. Shout out to Ryan and the whole crew out there showing love as always. And I got to give you the preview right now. You know what it is. It's Thursday, so it's preview day. And we've got yet another big-time fight going on in the world of boxing. Like I said, these last 2 months, they've been nuts. They've been absolutely nuts. And this is a big one. This is another undisputed battle here in the lightweight division. George Kambosos. He got all the belts but one, the WBC strap. That WBC strap goes to Devin Haney. He's going all the way to Australia, Devin Haney is, to take on George Kambosos to try and get all the straps and come back to the States with all of them. George Kambosos, he beat Teofimo Lopez, who I thought was very much overrated. Solid fighter, but very much overrated. Kambosos came in more focused, came in with the game plan, was just a solid guy, and he beat Lopez. He did what he had to do. Now he thinks he's the Don Dada. Now he thinks he's that dude. And somebody said it perfectly on Twitter. I think it was one of the Diggs brothers. They said it perfectly. This guy's 15 minutes is almost up, man. It's almost up, man. You were in obscurity in Australia for your entire career. You came over here. You beat a guy that some people thought were better than what he really was. You got the straps. Your 15 minutes has been nice. and the 15 minutes are about to be up. Because that boy, Devin the Dream Haney, is about to go over to Australia after all the disrespect, after all the mind games that they've tried to play with him, not letting his dad into the country, sending him over there damn near by himself. He about to go over there, and he going to beat the brakes off Kambosos. Simple as that. He is about to box his ears off, as Ryan Garcia once said about fighting Devin Haney. It's about to be a masterpiece. It's about to be easy work. And Devin the Dream Haney, he going to come back to the States undisputed in the lightweight division. Check it out. ESPN, Saturday night. Kambosos versus Haney. I got Devin by unanimous decision. That's the 13th round. You got Devin, Jesse? Yeah. Yeah, Devin by UD. Oh, man. Yo, man. First of all, it was hilarious. I heard the interview with Leonard Ellerby. That was funny. And this dude, Eddie Hearn, singing, man. Come on, man. These guys is crazy, man. Who said this? Jim Jabari is not Kenyon Martin with the jumper. He definitely has a better jumper than Kenyon, but he is not as explosive and ferocious as Kenyon Martin was. That is scary, George. That is scary. That would be a travesty. David Tua, like the David Tua? The boxer, the heavyweight from the 90s? Yeah, for sure, man. I see similarities there. I think Jabari's a more skilled version of Thad Young. No disrespect to Thad. He's had a great career.
Y'all gotta go. At least for those of them that have one. Never mind. Those of you that got TikTok accounts, man, you need to go follow at ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
I ain't even told you this, but I put one of your 13th rounds up. We getting some traction over there on TikTok.
What was it?
What's next for David Benavidez?
Oh yeah, David. Yeah.
They get a little traction. So I put another one up this morning. So just know, like, it's weird. Like, people see, like, this is me still figuring out TikTok. Like, people see the videos, but they don't follow you.
Jerks.
Like, how 843 people watched the 13th round, and we got 3 followers.
Come on, man.
And one of them's me.
Come on, man.
The other one's Jill. I don't know who's the third person. We'll just shout you out right now. Who's the third person? Sarah Finn. I don't know. But if you got a TikTok account, follow us at ESPN 1320. That is your boy's latest project that I'm trying to get my hands wrapped around and figure out how to do that.
If we get 200 followers on TikTok, will you do a TikTok dance?
Nope. Nope. You better pick a number higher than 200 if you want to see me do a TikTok dance.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not a good dancer.
See, but like, you could do it though with like Reese and Jazz, and it'll be a cute, like, funny thing. Like, I do it and be like, "What's this idiot doing on TikTok? Get this dummy out of here." I do want to let everybody in on a little bit that it becomes funny to Kenny and I and Jesse as the show progresses during the week. as you know, because we, there's no fourth wall in the show. We kind of lay out the show. Rarely do we do the show that's laid out, but it's always like, if a conversation doesn't take off, people aren't really vibing what we were doing, let's just go on to something else. If there's something breaking that happens, we'll insert that, get rid of this, do whatever. Normally there's something there that's like, it's evergreen. Like it could be talked about on Monday, Tuesday, it could be talked about on Friday. And normally, like, if we don't talk about it, we just cut and paste it and move it over to the next day. And there's been this bit where, could we get something that's put in the show on Monday, wind up never talking about it throughout the week, and how far can it get cut and pasted over? Well, it appears we're going to make it to Friday. But it's Aaron Donald's story that Kenny wanted to do, and it's a great story because I don't think there's any legitimacy to it. But given the fact that we've got the NBA Finals getting ready to jump off tonight, we got Olivia getting ready to join us, and we've got these other notes that we want to touch on as well. I think we've done the Monday to Friday bump. We did well, or Tuesday to Friday bump.
To be honest with you, seeing how things play out, might not make it tomorrow.
Might get there next week.
Make it tomorrow.
We might get there next week.
To talk about. We got James. We got
Trista, Kyle.
Might not make.
And we
it.
Probably
by the time we get to it.
We should probably shout out Frank Gore too, who officially retired as a San Francisco 49er today.
Hold on. There's no doubt Frank Gore got to get Frankie baby 2-1 Hall of Famer Frank Gore.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. On this day 20 years ago, what many consider the greatest show ever debuted, The Wire. The Wire's fascinating for so many reasons. It's an incredible show, but I feel like it gained so much more traction after it ended.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it was something like the world was buzzing about when it debuted. I feel like, I don't know if it was streaming services or if it was DVD sale. I don't know what it was, but all of a sudden, it was The Wire.
Right.
But it is a phenomenal show. It is an incredible show.
So during the pandemic, I went back and started watching it again. And I didn't finish it. Shocking. I didn't finish watching it again. And I didn't finish this podcast series. But shout out to Van Lathan and Jamil Hill, who had a podcast series where they essentially did like a post-game podcast for every episode. And they talked about every single episode. And I was following along. There was nothing else to do, obviously. So I'd watch it, listen to what they say, listen to their breakdown or whatever. And just talking about that show and reliving it, phenomenal. One of the things, I think this is what happened, but people always talk about the infamous second season, right?
Mm-hmm.
How things kind of changed. And they talked about how that wasn't an accident. HBO was like,
yeah,
we gotta
whiten it up. Yeah, we gotta whiten it up.
That was not an accident. I went back and watched the second season again. It's probably the second or third time I watched the second season. It's actually good. Like I enjoyed it. I saw what was going on.
Refresh my memory. What the second that wasn't the school season, was it?
No, they were at the docks at that point.
The docks. That's right.
They were at the docks, and a lot of people, because they took a bit of a, I don't want to say a pause, because they were still in the streets and in the projects, but it got mixed in with this this whole situation at the docks, and a lot of people didn't like that season. I thought it was pretty good. I thought they did a good job of it looking back, and then in the third season, obviously, they got back in real time. I got into it in the fourth season with the school with the kids. And some people talked about how they essentially told the story of a lot of those adults and where they came from through those kids. Like they kind of mirrored, how they got to that point through these kids who were kind of cycling through the whole thing all over again. It was fascinating.
Such a great show. I want to get Eric here because Olivia is about to join us. So I want to make sure we get Eric in here. 916-349-1320. What's up, E?
Dang. KC, what's up, fellas?
What's going on, big dog? What's on your mind, man?
Oh man, on the I guess on game day, I wanted to get in. I tried to get in yesterday, but I work and unforeseen circumstances didn't allow me to. But I did want to just touch bases before my Celtics go to battle tonight.
Yeah.
You guys have been a sounding board for me. It's hard in the Sacramento area, and I've been a Celtic fan since 1982. I'm 51 years old, but I became a fan when the Kings weren't here. I love the Kings and follow them, but Celtics are where my heart's at. And, I wanted to thank y'all for giving me a sounding board just to, talking to some knowledgeable hoop heads like me.
Yeah.
All year about my team in January when we were.
Where you wanted to blow it up, Eric? Where you wanted to blow the whole thing up? Oh, we remember.
I'm coming in to own it, man. I'm coming in to own it. And,
It's all
like I
good.
said, thank y'all for giving me, a couple minutes to get it off my chest. But this is since I've been following the team, this is probably the most unforeseen finals appearance of any team that has made the finals. Again, 11th place in January, and wondering what the heck was going on, and from that point to this, hanging their hat on defense, and the two J's learning to play together. Marcus Smart bringing that dog mentality. I did want to get your guys' opinion on the series and how you guys think it will go. Do you think we got a shot? I do. I think they got a shot. Just defensively, the defensive-minded team has a shot, against this juggernaut. But I don't think Clay is 100% Clay as he was a couple years ago, obviously for obvious reasons. And I think they got a shot. I just wanted to get your guys' opinion. And thank you guys. I love the show. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Eric, and
Dog.
enjoy the hell out of this, man. There's no reason not to think Boston doesn't have an opportunity to win this, man. I don't make predictions because I just end up looking stupid. But y'all know how much I love this Celtics team.
Yeah.
No one can. I mean, a lot of people feel like everybody's really riding the Warriors, and I understand that. I mean, Steph and this group, and I think maybe a little bit is too much is being made of the experience factor, particularly because, and I think Morgan or Deuce said this good earlier. Maybe that's a thing in Game 1, but this isn't the Super Bowl or a Mayweather fight or a national championship. Like, this is a series,
Right.
This is potentially
from a game.
Yeah, this is 5, 6, 7 games coming up. So I think that's less of an issue than it's being discussed. Certainly, it's a storyline headed into it, but when you talk about defense, when you talk about scoring ability, when you talk about making ability, I can see you can give an edge to either team. Like, and I don't think you would be wrong in this sense, which is part of the reason that I'm so excited for this finals. Is I think it's a tight, close matchup. I think there's a lot of pros and cons for both of them. I think they match up beautifully, and I mean for E right there, like, yeah, there's absolutely no reason to not pick the Celtics to win this.
Yeah, man. I think it's going to be a great series. I can understand some people leaning towards the Warriors. We say it's a 50-50 series. I'd even put it 55-45 Warriors. I get it. They got home court advantage. They're looking phenomenal. They look great. I just think this Boston team is one of the best teams in this whole Warriors run at being able to match up with them. And that's half the battle. Like, if they can find, and they may find it in this area, I don't know, but if the Warriors can find something to exploit on the offensive end, they're going to get you. They're going to break you down. I don't know if there's much to exploit with this Boston Celtics defense, that they can all stay healthy.
Yeah, it's a great point. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, as we welcome in the puffy dress herself, 1320 host and contributor, our very own Olivia Christian. Olivia, you're a Warriors fan. I'm sure you're hyped for game 1 tonight.
I'm stressed.
See, and you're hugging a green pillow. I think you're conflicted. I think you kind of like the Celtics.
No, that's not what that means. My couch is green. There's no way around it. And I've been afraid of this matchup the entire playoffs. I think it's a toss-up. Of course, like you said, I'm a Warriors fan, but I've been scared. I'm like, please, Miami, beat the Celtics, because I don't know. I don't know if we can take them on. They have, when I talk about the Kings all the time, I talk about the fact that I want them to be gritty, to be hungry and get after it. And that's what I see in this Celtics team. And the Warriors, obviously, they have passion, they have finesse, they have the movement. I also like, they are constantly running plays, getting people open. But, I just feel like this is going to be a tough one. It may go to 7 games. I'm not feeling super confident. I'm hopeful, but I'm stressed.
Right now, I picked the Celtics to win in 6. I'm gonna do something that it's fine, and hell, it's my prediction. I do whatever the hell I want to do. I got Boston in 6. If the Warriors win, I think it would be Warriors in 5. That's how I think it will go.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't. It could go 7. It could, but I think if the Warriors win the series and they're able to figure out what they have to do against Boston, once they figure it out, I'm not sure if Boston has enough in the tank to go to plan B in time to stop the Warriors. So, yeah.
Well, that's one thing I'm thinking about. The Celtics might be emotionally worn. They're physically worn. They're new to the playoffs. A lot of the players haven't been there. So it's like that might be something that catches up with them.
Well, they're new to the finals. They're not new to the playoffs. They're new to the finals, but they're definitely not new to the playoffs.
Right. But just, they keep talking about, they've been talking about it since, we knew who was going to the finals, that it's so much bigger. It's so much bigger than just the playoffs. And a lot of times, those first teams get there and they're wiped out because they just weren't expecting it to be as big as it was. I think the Celtics have their management, their coach, they've got enough players on the team to be like, get it all out, get the energy out. We understand this is big, this is huge. Now we got to finish this. That's why I think it's a toss-up, because that it might work in their favor that they just finished on Sunday, but it may come to a point where they're just worn out emotionally and mentally, and the Warriors might take advantage of that.
I keep saying it's different when Rihanna's watching you. When Riri's sitting there watching you, it's different.
Yeah, but I think there also has to be something said for the fact that I understand it's the NBA Finals. It's different. Like, I get that. But, think about what this Boston team has done. They've gone through Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. They've gone through Giannis Antetokounmpo and the defending NBA champions. It's not like they beat I don't mean this to shit. It's not like they beat the Atlanta Hawks along the way, or they beat the Charlotte Hornets. Like, they beat dogs on their way to get here. They've been in huge series,
right,
their whole road here. And I understand, I get it. The NBA Finals is different, but they've had marquee matchups since the playoffs have started for them. So
that's why
I'm not making that as big of a factor as everybody else is. Sorry,
I'm sorry. I think it's a toss-up for that reason, because it can be the fact they could rely on the fact that they've run through some really amazing players. And teams that were well built and who a lot of folks thought would stop them on this run. But when you get to the finals, apparently, I've obviously not played in the finals. It is a whole other layer of stuff that you're dealing with, and a mentality that you have to be prepared for. If that weren't the case, former players or players who are in the game who have won championships would not be talking about the finals the way that they do, about how intense it is. So clearly, it's something else. But like you said, they've run through a lot of great teams, and they're a formidable opponent, and that is why I am scared for the Warriors. I think the Warriors are going to win in 6. That's my take, but it'll be close. I think it's going to be a dogfight. There might be a couple of blowouts, because that's the season we've been having, the playoffs we've been having, random blowouts here or there. But I think when it comes down to it, it's going to be a dogfight, and it's going to be close.
We've asked everyone this question. We'll ask you, Maybacko, who is the best player in this series?
Oh man, I hate doing the best player thing, because it can shift from here to there. I just think what the Warriors do, I think, really well, and you know what the Celtics kind of do great too, is a different player steps up. Andrew Wiggins came in big time and just became a different person, or he became who he was before the break. You know, like it was like, oh yeah, he woke up again, he's back. And of course, Jordan Poole has been huge. And I think those core players just have to play within themselves, and they've been there before. So hopefully they do that. But it's going to take one or two other guys to step up on a different night to shake it up for the Warriors. Now, the Celtics, they've had a lot of injuries. And that, because of that, I think they've had some of those games like with the Heat where all of a sudden they lose by 20 and then they win by 20, and it's nuts. So I think foundationally, Jayson Tatum has got to show up. I think he will. And I think the other guys have to stay in the game. They can't get in foul trouble. And if they all just do what they know how to do, and that's get after it, get loose balls, body these guys, it's going to be tough. So I don't really think about one person. I just think about all of them doing the thing they've done to get to the finals. Just stay consistent with who you are.
What a cop-out answer.
That is a cop-out, yeah.
That's a cop-out. You should be ashamed of yourself. You'll never
I can't. It's
a hot take business of sports radio. You're never going to make it, kid. Okay. Well, let's be honest. You're picking who's wearing longer shorts anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Which one of these guys got their thighs? As our man Stephen Brown said when you join the stream, put your thighs away, gentlemen. Olivia Christian is here.
Jordan Poole's shorts are pretty short, but he wears those long. I don't know what they are. The compression,
the compression pants.
Yes.
Jordan Poole. What was it at? I don't remember. Was it media day yesterday or at practice when he was rocking the excessively short shorts? Oh,
I mean,
Lord.
Just go ahead and what are streets calling them right now, Olivia? What are they calling them? You know what they're calling them? He's calling the Hoochie Daddy shorts.
Believe it.
He's wearing the Hoochie Daddy joints.
Did you see Jason Jones's guide to the Hoochie Daddy shorts?
I did, and I saw that you tagged Casey, and I was like, yes, this is what I'm talking about. I feel like after we had this discussion, it blew up even more on social media, or at least
it did.
My phone is listening to me, and they know that I was talking about thighs extensively. So then I started seeing all these thigh conversations. But I saw a bunch of videos on Instagram and TikTok, like women encouraging other women to catcall men. Like, I see you over there with them thighs. I'm like, give you a feeling of what it's like.
I got a pair of shorts in the mail the other day. And as soon as I opened the package, I put, okay. I was like, let's see. They're clearly short. Let's see how short. They are definitely the shortest pair of shorts I own. But I don't hate them. You
can't hate them because it's all love now, man. It's what we got to do. It's hot out here. It's not 2003.
Oh my goodness. The fact that you keep telling me what year it is, I think is hilarious. But I get it. It's 2022. And you know what? I received a lot of DMs from people who were very upset with me about my jersey take. The take on and the thighs and the calves. And I don't really mind it. I did get one really nice DM, a guy apologizing, saying he hopes that I took it in good fun. And I was like, let me go back and read the chat. What did you say? You felt the need to apologize. And what he wrote wasn't bad at all. But, generally, I've come on here a number of times telling people that I do not like to tell people how to be a fan. Like, if you want to take off your shirt and go to Lambeau Field and watch a game in January and just scream and freeze your nipples off, go ahead, be a fan. And I made that suggestion of, if you're old enough to be a player's dad, but you're not his actual dad, maybe don't wear his jersey. That's just me. But be a fan the way you want to be a fan. Of course, I don't mean to personally attack anyone who wants to both wear the name of another man's name on his or jersey with another man's name on it, or show off your thighs. I do recommend good calves, though. I'm sticking with that. Good calves will take you a long way. I'm telling you.
That's you're not moving off that. I don't have no problem with that. You got to have your calves right. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Got to bring leg day. Leg day's got to be strong, guys. Come on, man. Let's make leg day strong. Let's bring leg day back in the gym. There was a story that I wanted to mention before Olivia joined us, but I think it'd be even better to mention it now that she's here with us. I mentioned LeBron James achieved something. Oh, you got your own water. Wow. When I say the girl got her own water, I mean the girl got her own water. Just sorry to ignore the 13:20 a.m. and Odyssey audience. Olivia just held up a bottle that had her name on it, which is what I responded to like a child. I had mentioned LeBron James did something that not even Michael Jordan did, and he became the first active NBA player to become a billionaire. He, I guess, is the third overall, as Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan both hit that status after retirement. But LeBron James becomes the first active NBA player to become a billionaire. And I do think it's funny. Certainly when we talk about Kobe, we're talking three of the greatest of all time. I think most people would say whether you have LeBron at one or Mike at one, LeBron James and Michael Jordan, you're talking the two greatest of all time. And I think it's interesting that both of those guys and all three of those guys are also as savvy as they are outside, off the basketball court as they were on.
Is it adjusted for inflation that he's still like Michael wouldn't have been a billionaire if we like while he was playing? Do we know that?
I did not. I did not. I would have to guess even with inflation, he wouldn't have been because of the contract. I mean, even if you adjusted for inflation, like his contract, those contracts weren't even remotely close to what LeBron has made virtually his entire career.
Yeah.
It's like watching Winning Time and Magic Johnson's like, I'm gonna make $90,000. Oh my goodness.
He said, I need $600,000.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Nobody's getting $600,000.
Or was what was it, the 20-year, $20 million contract that he signed with the Lakers?
Wow.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting into the inflation thing. Let's just also be clear. I don't really trust Forbes, because wasn't Forbes the same company that said Kanye West was worth like multiple billions of dollars? It was like, no, he's not.
They might have been.
Forbes. Maybe that was somebody else.
And also when you talk about that, like when they talk about it, it's like your assets, right? So if he, if he sold off everything he owed or something like that and cashed in everything, after everything's sold, he would have $1 billion or something like that. That's essentially how they get that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the breakdown of LeBron's billion. The Spring Hill Company is worth $300 million. That's more than a game.
That's not the production company.
That is, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fenway Sports Group, real estate. He has $80 million in real estate. The Fenway Sports Group is $90 million. Blaze Pizza, some familiar with Blaze Pizza. That's $30 million. Cash and other investments, more than $500 million. That's all it says. It doesn't mention how much money he gets for Clutch Sports, which I'm sure that's off the record money for LeBron James.
Yeah, that's off the record. Did they mention Nike?
Nope. I assume that's under cash and other investments.
Well, I like the way LeBron has gone about his business. I think there were a number of players who learned from him how to diversify early in their career and capitalize on the stardom that they have now to set themselves up for when they retire. And if you watch old 30 for 30s, like I've been recently, you learn about all those players who were just snorting up their cash and throwing it at hoes. And they look around at 35, they're retired. And it's like, what's next? So, I don't
all they got on their list of endorsements is the Rolls Royces that they bought.
I was watching the Mets, the 84 to 87 Mets 30 for 30 the other day. I don't know how I missed that earlier. I don't know when it came out. Maybe it was it was really good. And I remember feeling so sad. I was pretty young when it came out, but like Darryl Strawberry story, Doc Gooding story, and it's just how they became addicts, and Keith Hernandez and him getting into stuff. And the way they lived their lives, that whole team just playing hard on and off the field, just like, oh, we are rewarding ourselves tonight. We are getting after it. But then how it kind of rolled into a lot of financial trouble for them, health troubles for them. And then obviously it showed itself up on the field. But it just when I think about LeBron and what players are doing now, some of them might be doing some of that stuff, but they can get caught so easily. Mm-hmm. And back then it seemed like even to be glorified by like some of that stuff was public. They were in the papers. There were, some shots of them by the media going in and out of clubs, but obviously it's not like what it is today. But it seems, at least from the 30 for 30s I'm watching, it was kind of like, yes, it's the good time Nets. They're out there doing their thing, crushing beers and getting high on the bus, on the plane, and then landing and then killing it. And now would be so highly scrutinized. Obviously, it would be days and days and so many think pieces and Twitter threads and things breaking it down about how America is going to the toilet because these guys are having, but like, it's just insane how, one generation or a generation and a half later, how much it's changed.
Yeah. Well, you guys know what the, I don't know if the rumor is the right word. It's a rumor that LeBron is going to be part of an ownership group for the expansion teams. One of them. That's
an NBA expansion team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he may play and be part of the ownership group, or just go straight.
I don't think he can.
I was going to say, that would seem like a conflict if you're.
Yeah, I don't think he can.
No, I'm saying not like own him when he's playing, but it'll be lined up for.
Oh,
it's Vegas. Like he'll go to Vegas. Like, why is he going to Vegas? Oh, it's because when he's done, he's going to own the team.
Yeah. LeBron, I also think, was one of the first, at least the first guys of that level that I can think of that really started to kind of like tell their own story. Mm-hmm. Like they like I know the decision is killed and it's destroyed, and rightfully so for a variety of reasons. But I think that was his first like step out into like, I'm going to be in charge of how this is conveyed. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say why, my decision live on television so everybody can hear it directly from me, and it can't be written about and deciphered. You're going to hear it straight from me. And I think that stuff, it birthed like the Players Tribune and I think that was Jeter's. I think Derek Jeter started the Players Tribune. And then, I said the name that catches Olivia's heart and Derek Jeter. And then, of course, the Uninterrupted and all of that. And I guess Jeter, in a sense, knows about telling his own story. I think that was wasn't that his first thing after retirement? Like he helped launch that I guess just a website, but he helped launch that movement.
Yeah, I think that was one of the first moves he made, if not the first, being part of that ownership group, the Players Tribune, letting players be able to tell their story directly. Usually, I think it started off with just like letter writing. I mean, it wasn't necessarily like articles. It was like, hey, fans, or to everyone I loved on the road who cheered on, a lot of people who were retiring or explaining a particular situation. It's evolved since then. But yeah, I think that was one of the first instances with how you described it, LeBron really kind of taking charge of his image, of his words, and wanting to present something in a particular way. And then, of course, with social media, everyone can do that. And the rest of us are basically giving our hot takes based on what we see and read from them directly, for better or for worse.
Yeah. And the Players Tribune also gave us the great meme that lives forever, and that's Kevin Durant going.
My next chapter.
Well, I think last time I saw him, he was going to the South Carolina Gamecocks.
It's like for Dawn Staley. That's amazing. I didn't look this up, Olivia. Did Derek Jeter join Twitter?
He did.
Yeah. So exciting. He joined like
tweeting, he's trolling. Yeah, he's doing some good stuff.
Yeah, and I saw a tweet from I saw a tweet from Reggie Jackson, who I follow, saying like, hey, welcome to Twitter. I heard once you retire as a Yankee, you're in the Hall of Fame, the next thing you do is join Twitter. And I was like, oh, my two guys, Reggie Jackson and Derek Jeter. I love it.
El Capitan.
Well, that's the captain. He has, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like a 30 for 30 type movie coming out. I keep saying
Yeah,
30 for 30.
it's like a Last Dance.
Follows Hoda. Right? That's just funny to me. Like he follows Hoda.
Who's that?
He follows like the Yankees and Dick Vitale, and he follows Alex Rodriguez, and then he follows Hoda.
Maybe somebody else is in charge of his follows. He's like, tell me to follow people. Go ahead and go in there and follow people.
Who's Hoda?
She's on the Today
Show.
Wow. Well,
yeah.
First of all, I'm not up there early. Second of all,
that's true, you're not
turning into the Today Show.
The Today Show. I've never heard of this, but
is Al, what's his name? Al Roker? Is he still on there?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I don't know if Al Roker's Today or Good Morning America. I'm not
He's the Today Show. I don't watch the Today Show, but I know that it exists and it has for like 70 years or something.
Yeah.
Al Roker is still on there. That is funny that he follows Hoda. She's not
because it's so random. But he also follows Alex Rodriguez, which I feel like is a thing.
That's his boy.
Well, there's like a 30-second clip or something about the captain, the series, the doc that he put together. And two things stood out to me in the 30 seconds. Actually, the whole thing was pretty cute. I love it. I can't wait. But he said, like, there's a quote from A-Rod. A-Rod's like, yeah, I asked him if we were okay. That's when, he joined the Yankees and it was like, who's playing shortstop? And A-Rod had to go to third base. And A-Rod says, yeah. And Derek was like, uh-huh. But it was like clearly tension. Mm-hmm. And they used to be, so close. They came into the league together. So I'm excited about hearing Derek's perspective on that relationship. And then Jeter even says in there, like, there's a clip of him saying, like, if there had been phones when he was playing, his career would have lasted 3 years. Because of how he was living his life. Young and attractive and dating a lot of the beige women. He was really into beige colored women, which is fine, as long as they had good calves. But he's going to show. He was in the limelight, obviously, in New York, the biggest lights in sports media. And so I'm looking forward to him dissecting that. But I really want to hear like this A-Rod conversation, how they kind of reformed the friendship. They did, really.
Because that's kind of a crazy situation, especially since A-Rod was so much better than Derek Jeter. And A-Rod moved to third. Like A-Rod was, and that's not even, I know it sounds like a dig at Derek Jeter. It's not. Like A-Rod was
he was great.
Yeah. He was sick. And
the thing is, though, like, could you move Derek at that point in his careir
Yeah.
He was already Mr. October, or
yeah, the crazy dynamic about that is like A-Rod, and once again, not trying to shade Derek Jeter, but he was so much better. Like when you think about the position of shortstop, like A-Rod was, you need that arm, you need, that athleticism. He had it all, but even he, and this is where it's not a knock on Derek, it's actually probably a nod to the reverence of Derek Jeter. It was like, no, I'll go to third to make it work for you, Derek, because it doesn't matter if I think I'm better or anybody thinks I'm better. This is your spot. This is your team. I'll move. And that
A-Rod was ready to win. He was hungry, so he had to do what he had to do. And I'm sure they had those conversations long before he signed the contract where he was going to be position-wise. But yeah, I mean, Alex was an amazing shortstop. And when he got his ring in 2009, I was very excited for him. He'd been through a lot. And I know there's a lot of hate for Alex because of, what he participated in legally and illegally. But at the core of it, he was a good baseball player. He was an amazing player. So I was happy for him to get that ring. But I'm really, like I said, dying to see the captain. It doesn't come out till like early July or something.
But this year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
I mean, that's why I think Derek is on Twitter right now. Like starting to get the conversation going so people are ready to watch.
Does he need like a little bit of like image rehab? Because his stint with the Marlins like stunk. He was terrible. And then on the other hand, like in wrestling, this would be a double turn. It felt like Derek Jeter kind of became a heel and Alex Rodriguez became a babyface. Like he started doing the TV stuff and endearing himself a little bit more. Then he was with J-Lo. Yeah, he was with Jennifer Lopez, and like it's like, oh, Alex, oh, he's just so cute. Oh, look at the families together. Oh, it's so good. And oh, Jeter's screwing this thing up in Florida. Good God, what's wrong with him? It feels like maybe he needs a little cleanup.
Well, one second, Olivia. I would agree with you, Damian, if anybody cared about the Marlins.
That's what I was going to say. I think he disappeared. Nobody was really paying attention to that.
No, but that's the thing, though. I agree with you. No one cares about the Florida Marlins, but they care about Derek Jeter.
Yeah,
like,
but I say
care that the Florida Marlins think you're like, wow, Derek Jeter's really bad at this.
But I would say that to say, and maybe I'm being a little facetious when I say this, people didn't even know that happened.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Oh, the people didn't even know that happened.
I don't think.
First of all, he's not the first person to ruin the Marlins. That's just what the Marlins do.
Derek Jeter, though.
Yeah, but it's almost like Sacramento.
Jordan bought the Bobcats, for God's sakes.
But what I'm saying is it's almost like Sacramento. Like if Derek Jeter came and ruined the Kings, nobody'd be like, dang, Derek Jeter ruined the Kings. It'd be like the Kings are always
did. It would be different.
Yeah, but they'd be like, it's not Jordan's fault. It's the Kings.
I disagree.
Sacramento. The Marlins always think.
I went Kenny on this. The Marlins have been terrible forever. I don't think Derek did an additional, he layered on another form of terribleness. They just kept it going. But people who like Derek probably kept up with it. Like me, I was like feeling bad for him but it was like the first time he had real failure in his career. And it's kind of public in that it's obviously a public team, but he was still sitting in the booth. He was in the back. He didn't really... he wasn't like he was a GM or a coach that was out there every day. He was kind of hidden. So I think that's why he's kind of unscathed in that. He just I left, I'm moving on. Here's the captain. Oh my gosh, look at my new movie. And I'm on Twitter. Follow me.
We'll talk more with Olivia Christian when we return. We'll talk about the NBA Finals, which are beginning tonight. Boston Celtics, the Golden State Warriors. Of course, you could catch that here on ESPN 1320. Lots more ahead here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Sorry, we got through all my topics. I can go now.
I'm like, uh-oh.
So back to thighs. That's what
we're might bring the wire. Might bring the wire back. I gotta find that black movie post because I feel like Olivia hasn't seen any of these.
Olivia, over under 25.
Under. Way under.
Maybe it knows me a little bit better.
Way
I think you're going under 2. Woo.
I have seen The Wire, though. I have seen The Wire. I do need to rewatch it.
Well, is anybody, I think I asked Amy this before, anybody watching We Own This Town? We Run This Town? We Run This City? Something.
I haven't watched that yet, no.
I haven't watched it yet. It's We Own the city, the town, something like that.
Yeah, it's supposedly phenomenal.
Really?
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Is it Baltimore again?
Yeah, it's Baltimore. They said it is phenomenal. I love Baltimore. I really enjoy my time when I go to Baltimore.
I think I've been once or twice, but I haven't really done it up. I ran in for work and then left. But I just want to apologize to the people who keep telling me that my audio is quite shitty, and I know it is. I'm sorry. The ceiling is very high. The walls are bare. My floors are cement. There's really nothing I can do.
Well, she's saying, look, I'm rich. I'm sorry. I apologize for being successful and wealthy. What you want me to do?
I did not mean it that way at all. I just know it's not the best, but
we've dealt with much worse. much worse. We should just get you a microphone, kind of grab some of that sound.
I need to practice with you when we're on the air because I do have a professional mic. I use it when I'm recording voiceover, but I don't use it here. But I'm not sure if it would work. But we just need time to do it.
Yeah, well, let's try that. Let's try that before next week.
Somebody made me this, by the way.
I saw your sister for a few minutes on Monday. She was driving back from seeing your dad and your other sister, I think.
Yeah, my other sister lives in Denmark.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And she was visiting my mom. My mom had surgery on her knee. And so the Danish sister is helping my mom out, and my Shonda went to visit and hang out.
Yeah.
We're all just falling apart.
Apparently. Yeah, apparently.
Did you guys barbecue or something?
No, I just picked Iowa up from the airport and took him home and ran in a second just to say hi.
Huh.
Indiana versus Wisconsin from 2002. Devin Harris is in this game.
Oh my.
Jared Jeffries is in this game. That's really about it.
Oh boy. Why are you watching that again?
I don't know. I turned it to ESPN Plus to like put on some Duke game, like to watch Paolo. And it was when they blew out North Carolina. I moved on. I was like, oh, look, they got classic games on. And I tried to get the latest game I could possibly get. Background fodder. I don't even have noise. I don't know what's going on. This is what happens when there's no day baseball. Well, there's got to be some day baseball right now.
The Yankees were rained out, weren't they? They just have a doubleheader.
Yeah, they end up playing. They beat the Angels. Oh, what's his name supposed to? Doubleheader. Otani's pitching tonight, or I don't know. I guess they're not playing. Yeah, they're playing today. Otani's pitching at Yankee Stadium.
Coach Molly says Olivia is my favorite, and she's gonna miss the game tonight because she's going to see New Kids and Salt and Pepper instead. I ain't even mad at you.
Where are they at?
Golden One.
Really?
Yeah. Hang on.
Oh.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. I'll finish that conversation. Coach Molly tapped in, says she was going to miss game 1 tonight because she's going to the New Kids on the Block and Salt and Pepper instead. And Kenny said, "Where's that at?" I said, "At the Golden One Center." You sounded surprised.
Yeah, I didn't know they were coming. I didn't know they were coming to Sacramento. I'd love to see Salt and Pepper. I used to have the major crush on Pepper when I was a young KC.
Around 7 or 8 years old, Casey.
7, 8, or 9. One of those. Actually, I still like Pepper.
I was on stage with Salt and Pepper downtown. I don't remember what the name of the event was. It was a KSFM event. I have a very funny video of Salt. I don't know how to describe it. I've never posted it on social media, but I'll show it. I'll show it to those that are on Twitch and YouTube if I can figure out how to get mine. It's something. It's something for sure. But
I love Salt too, by the way.
Man, I've seen those New Kids on the Block concerts, man. They gonna be rocking in there.
They gonna go crazy in there. Huh?
Every 40, 45, 50-year-old, oh, it's gonna be turned. Boy,
they dance hard, sweating it.
Yeah, they're gonna be. There's a couple other people there too, and I think Rick Ashley is one of them. I can't remember who. Someone else is gonna be there.
I usually don't miss final games. I remember I missed the finals game.
En Vogue, that's who's there. En Vogue.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Was it? Yeah. En Vogue in the house.
Yeah.
I wasn't a New Kids girl. I didn't grow up loving New Kids. They seem too cheesy for me, even as like an 8-year-old. Nah.
They took New Edition's whole style.
Well, all the boy bands did for a couple of like a decade there. They're all doing the coordinated outfits and the microphones, and like they all had their kind of roles. Like, this is the bad boy, like the Bobby Brown guy, and they had their characters. And then they all retired, and you find out, they're completely different. But going back and being able to, if you were into New Kids or In Vogue or any of them, I can imagine those concerts just being amazing. I haven't gone to any like throwback kind of concerts like that.
Yeah. Well, New Edition was just here. Well, they were in Stockton, I think, about a month ago.
Were they really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a big. It was like New Edition, John B, Jagged Edge, Genuine. Like it was a dope show. I didn't go, but
you know what those shows are. You know what you like that sounds good, but like like V101 will have the Holiday Fest where it's like rapping Forte and Bone Thugs and Harmony and like this complete hodgepodge of artists that probably cost like $1,000 a piece to get here.
Yeah.
That's essentially that's like the equivalent of just putting on like your 1990s playlist at home, turning it up really loud and singing with your friends. Like you could save yourself money by doing just that, because that's all you're going to do at the concert anyways. And chances are they're just going to be playing the song in the background.
Right.
Anyways, like they're like with Jagged Edge and Genuine, they're actually singing. And I know New Kids on the Block are going to be singing In Vogue, same thing. But like some of those concerts, you can go like, I'll just put the iPhone on and turn the volume up.
Charlie Wilson still sings.
Oh, yeah, Charlie Wilson's a musician.
Charlie go crazy on stage.
Yeah. We mentioned earlier The Wire debuted 20 years ago today. Did you watch The Wire?
I did, not in real time though. I think I maybe watched the last season real time, but I binged the first few. Which is weird because when I think about it now, I'm like, The Wire was so heavy. It was so heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember feeling sad about it. I'm like, all right, next episode. And just kept going. But I remember a lot of folks feeling emboldened with the N-word because of that show. That show, that word was out there a lot. So, and it's, a lot of times when it's out there in pop culture, people think it's licensed to say it. I'm like, clearly you're watching The Wire right now. That is a television show.
Right.
Do not bring that out.
Right.
I think the N-word has made a comeback this year for different reasons.
Oof. Yeah. They
just let that linger out there for a little while. Let it linger out there.
I was gonna say, the fact that you said you weren't watching The Wire live, I mean, that's like Damien brought up. I mean, I feel like that's probably more than half of the people who have seen The Wire. Like a lot of people were late to it, didn't watch it. I know I didn't watch it live. It wasn't even on my radar until like the fourth season. But man, that's probably one of the series as well that has the most rewatchability. Like you watch it again and there's little things you probably didn't pick up on before, still entertaining, all that other stuff, man. It's an all-timer for sure.
That's why I think I need to watch it again, because 20 years ago I was young and I had a particular perspective on what I was seeing. And I think now it's likely a little bit different. And like you said, there's so many different like nuances and pieces that I probably missed. And those writers were just amazing. And I think if you go back and watch it, you'll be like, wow, you threw in some stuff that I wasn't, young Olivia was not aware of.
Right.
But it's really smart and sad and heavy about,
It's amazing how some of those shows like Based in the Street are like, you could watch The Wire today and not acknowledge that it was 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like it still fits today. You'll still see the same issues. You could watch an episode of The Wire and read about a real life issue that mirrored that in the newspaper the following day.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the depressing part of it. But that show needs so many careers too. Like all of the like Idris Elba, Michael B. Jordan, like there's so many actors who, got on that world stage as a result of being on this like small show.
Right.
On this very heavy and particular city, this topic that's just like, and how it reached so much fame and crossed so many different cultural lines is a testament, again, like I said, to the writing and to the people who are on there and just the impact it had culturally. The fact that folks are doing podcasts about it 20 years later.
Writing books about it.
Mm-hmm.
Huge. Almost as big as The Office, I'd say.
Well, the one thing that The Wire has that is like when you've made another level is those actors that you talked about, very accomplished, have done a lot of things. Idris to a lot of people is still Stringer Bell. You know, Wood Harris is still Avon Barksdale to a lot of people. Wood Harris has been all over the place. Oh, Avon, okay. Bunk, all this other stuff, man. The McNulty, there's still those guys to a lot of people who watch that show.
I bet it's hilarious when they like just kind of walk down the street and people are yelling their wired names at them.
It feels like it would be cool, but you hear so many times. Like I think the last one, who was the last one to just come out? Oh, it was I was gonna say no, but Carlton came out. He's like, I'm not really Carlton. I wish people would stop calling me that. I wish they'd stop asking me to do the Carlton dance. I'm not that person. The guy who plays Victor Newman is like that. Like he'll get mad if you call him Victor Newman. Eric Braden. Like, don't call me Victor Newman. I'm not Victor Newman.
Well, I think most people are like that. Like I don't think anyone finds that endearing. I don't know that people like they might say the right thing on the reunion special, but I don't think people like to be associated, especially actors want to be associated with one singular like character. Like I knew like Mario Lopez was the same way. Which is funny because this was well before like, you know, Saved by the Bell made a comeback. Like, don't call me Slater. like that's not cute or fun and endearing like at all to me. I think most actors are that way, and I think there's a line. I don't remember if it was James Avery or Quincy Jones, but someone told Will Smith when they started Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, make your name Will, because if this show takes off, they're going to call you by whatever your name is on this show for the rest of your life. It's like, make your name Will.
Right.
That needs to be the character's name. And that was part of why his name was Will Smith.
And some of that too, I think I'm not in that spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's easy for me to say, but like when they get kind of bent out of shape about it, like part of me is like, settle down. Like they don't even know your name. They know you as Carlton. They know you as Zach. So when they see you, it's almost unless they're being jerks about it, it's like somebody sees it. Oh, AC Slater. Like they're not saying it to be a jerk. They're just looking. They recognize you as AC Slater. There's no malice behind it. Like that's just kind of how they see it.
In most cases, there's probably no malice behind it.
Yeah, I think it's all about how you do it, right? Especially for actors who are trying to get different roles and be seen as somebody beyond just Slater or beyond Stringer Bell. Like they don't want to be associated just with that role. But like, if I were Alfonso, I would be like, you want me to dance for you?
No, that's crazy. No, that's just damn crazy.
Right? Like,
no.
You might just say, "Oh my gosh, I loved you, Carlton," and be like, "Yeah, thanks, we'll take a picture." But like, dance for me, like, no.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We got a problem.
Just for the record, don't ever ask anyone to dance. just save yourself the trouble. Like, don't ever ask.
Yeah, don't do that. Uncle Jesse could never recover. Uncle Jesse, his career never got past Uncle Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done a lot of homework.
John Stamos,
he's had shows. Yeah, John Stamos. He's had shows, and it's almost like Zach Morris or Mark Paul Glosser. He had other shows or whatever, but he was always Zach.
I don't think I would ever call John Stamos Uncle Jesse, even though like I know that's what he's from, most famous for. But I feel like his name John Stamos is pretty. No,
I think I would start with Uncle Jesse and then go, I mean John Stamos. Right. Like I saw him out of nowhere, like, oh goodness.
Right.
That's just that show wasn't my bag. Like I don't know what Bob.
Like Full House?
I don't know what Bob Saget's name was on the show. Danny. Danny. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. I just realized that. Okay.
Yeah. You didn't like Full House? Full House was
no, I didn't mind it. No, it was fine. I was 7. No, that was a joke. I don't know.
High pitched voice. I don't know. It's cool.
That's right. Yeah. Was it Full House into Family Matters?
Full House, Family Matters, Step by Step, Mr.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, they had a whole song for Friday night shows. Do you remember this? It's Friday night.
Yeah, for TGIF. Something like that.
Oh, Okay. What is
Damien's like, calm down. Go drink first.
what would Dwayne Johnson's most famous thing? Would he just be The Rock?
The Rock.
That'd be it. Just
The Rock.
you think people know The Rock? Like if you ask the average person today, do you think they know The Rock is a wrestler?
It depends on the generation. Like we're old enough. We started with him as The Rock, and then other people will know him from Moana and Disney movies and things like that. And they might
just know his nickname is The Rock, though. They might not know why.
That's true. That's true. Because they even in titles they say Dwayne The Rock Johnson. They never leave.
Yeah, they do.
And this was probably like 5 years ago. We asked your niece if she knew who The Rock was. She said no. And we said, "Do you know who Dwayne Johnson is?" She was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, but Morgan would never know. She would not know the name of a pro wrestler. Like that's not a thing. But again, she's 14 now, so it was 5 years ago. Yeah, she would never have any idea.
But she knew who Dwayne was.
He was in movies by then.
Yeah.
He was an actor.
Yeah. And I feel like the Dwayne The Rock Johnson thing came later. Like he severed The Rock for a while, and it was Dwayne Johnson. That was like Tooth Fairy era Dwayne. And then, someone told him, and I think it was William Morris Endeavor, I don't remember what agency it was like, yeah, that's a bad idea. Skinny. You don't look normal now. Let's go ahead and go back to what made you you. And he's like, great. And then he puts like 50 pounds back on. The Rock is back. And then he becomes Dwayne The Rock Johnson. And he's the biggest movie star in the world.
Oh, I don't think I saw him as small at some point.
I mean, small in comparison to what he is. Like, yeah. Like even from like early, like Rocky Maivia, like early wrestling, The Rock, he was like chunky. And then like the thing for the Scorpion King came up, and then he got leaner, but he got like a lot more shredded. You saw his body change a lot. Mm-hmm. And then when he left, like he got like thin, like Tooth Fairy Game Plan era, Disney movie era of The Rock is. I mean, he's still in good shape. Like he's still does. It's not like he looks like a regular dude, but he doesn't look like what we know him as now.
Yeah, your recall of all his movies, that's amazing. I was like, oh yeah.
That's the one I couldn't remember was Game Plan. I like him.
I love that movie.
That's the football one, right?
Yeah, that's Never Say No Joe. He's a big Elvis fan, so he worked Elvis into the whole movie.
Elvis coming out with a new movie.
Yeah.
we gonna tell the story, or we gonna tell the story? They ain't gonna tell the story.
About how he stole everything? That part of the story?
No, we're not telling that story.
Are we going to tell the story about how like stations didn't play Elvis because they thought he was black? You want to get back to the use of the N-word? They're like, we're not playing this. We ain't playing this. Hey, King of Rock and Roll. Go ahead and have it. Game 1 of the NBA Finals coming up here. What's that?
Sports.
He has no idea how difficult laying all of this out with Olivia can be.
I enjoy it. I love it.
Well, I know you do, because you don't sweat over it. You're just like, yeah, no, whatever we do. If we're spending 20 minutes on thighs, let's spend 20 minutes on thighs. ain't nothing to worry about. We got the best of D'Lo and KC coming up in about 10 minutes, and then we'll head out to coverage of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. So I feel like Olivia committed. She's got the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
KC, you waffled.
I mean, I didn't waffle.
You kind of did. You were like, well,
7-5, right?
Like you gave us like scenarios for both teams. Like who's winning this series?
You tell me first.
You know I don't do that. That's not my bit.
Oh man.
That's not my bit.
I'm officially going Celtics in 6.
Okay, I'll say this. I'm not going to say this team is good. I'll say, and I don't think this is a surprise given my tone this entire season. I want the Celtics to win. I really like Jayson Tatum. My feelings aren't going to be hurt if the Warriors win. I think greatness is always a good story. And the greatness of Steph Curry, whether or not he wins the stupid MVP award or not, the greatness of Steph Curry is a great story.
Yes. I agree.
Like we win as NBA fans either way. But I really like this Celtics team, man. And I think if they can get past Golden State in this series or get past, there's nowhere to go. If they get to the mountaintop and wind up winning the NBA Finals, this could be the beginning. And I don't mean a run where they win 2, 3, 4 titles in the next 5 years. I mean, this could be the beginning of a run where we're talking about them at least having finals appearances very, very regularly over the course of the next half decade or so.
The thing that I worry about with this series for the Celtics is, do they have enough in the tank? They've had a long playoff season. They've had some grueling matches. They've had some inexplicable losses. You know, I think they lost like 4 or 5 times at home in these playoffs. And that's put them in situations where they've had to battle back, or they've had to, make different trips that you probably wouldn't want them to make. Do they have enough in the tank? I'm still going Celtics in 6, though.
Warriors in 6. Let's get it, Dubs. Dub Nation!
Settle down, Olivia. There ain't no Dub Nation chant here.
Now we've got a voice for the Celtics. Now we've got a voice in the face for the Warriors. I want to clip that and save that. And every time we make fun of Warriors fans, it's Olivia going,
Don't do that to me. Did you put Kenny's? I've always had nice legs. Did you put that on the board?
Oh, I
should be.
I like that one.
Dub Nation. Ain't nobody. Warriors been the Warriors for like 70 years. Ain't nobody said Dubs before 2015.
So what?
Dub.
We say it now.
I'm so jealous.
I still like the Kings. See, I'm nice to the Kings, even though they're not my ride or die. Like, I love them now. I love the fans. I'm not a hater, but I can love the Warriors at the same time. I think the jealousy.
That's the home team for you. That's the home team. It's all good. It's all good.
Were you rocking with the We Believe Warriors?
I was.
You've been a Warriors fan for a long time.
Well, I will admit I was a dry Warriors fan because they were terrible. They were recruiting me at one point out of high school. I was like, I don't know, guys. But I do understand the hate for Warriors fans, though. How they treat like Charles Barkley. I know Charles Barkley said he didn't pick them. The fact that they were yelling outside of the stadium, I thought it was embarrassing. It was a bad look. And I agree that a lot of these fans are fair weather. They're new. They're tech bros from other parts of the country who have money, who can sit courtside, and they're not real diehards. I agree with everybody who hates Warriors fans for those reasons. But there are some old school Warriors fans out there who were waiting for a long time to be where we are and have been for the last 5-7 years. So for those fans, I'm excited for us.
Charles was about to shut up a couple of those Warriors fans.
Talking about their mom, I'm coming to your house.
He had that mug in his hand. He was like, "Yeah, go ahead, throw one more thing."
Charles is about to have to cut some checks, and I wouldn't
He would be like, "I'm fine with it. I'll do it."
Yeah, absolutely would have. Again, we've got the best of D'Lo and KC coming up here in just a few moments, and then we'll head out to San Francisco for NBA Finals coverage. Will be your home of the NBA Finals all series long. We appreciate you for being with us. We'll have our usual packed Friday show tomorrow. We'll hope that you'll be with us at noon here on Sacramento's home of the NBA Finals, ESPN 1320.
Go Celtics.
Oh, well, you know what that means though, because the last time you know what happened the last time he said go Celtics though.
Was that game 6 of the Eastern Conference?
They lost.
Now, where's Will Z at? He should have been keeping track of all the go whoever I said what the record is.
Not good. Not good.
It's not good. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate that. I wish this team but I don't. I grew up hating the Celtics too.
You-
Like during the Lakers Celtics stuff, we were a Lakers family between, East Coast, West Coast. And I've hated them for generations or for multiple iterations of the team. But this team, I like the guys.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, my heart is with the Warriors, but like if they won, I'd be happy for them. Like they worked really hard. And I love the coach, love Nia Long. She's going to give us more dances on Instagram. I want to see that.
I do too.
I wish I had like, but I don't.
Yeah.
I like they've totally flipped my thoughts on the Celtics completely on its head, because I always hated the Celtics, always, but I like all these guys. Everybody on their team, on the bench, everything. I love the whole crew.
They don't have any of those annoying personalities
No.
Yeah.
on the Celtics team.
Some might think Marcus Smart is annoying.
See, he would be a player that I'd be on the fence about typically, but he gets after it, and that's why I like him. He calls the team together, like we got to step up, we got to play. He's vocal, and I love that, and the green hair and all with it. But I hate all other Boston teams.
The difference between Marcus Smart and Draymond is their quotes outside of the game. If Draymond had the humility that Marcus Smart has, there'd be no problem.
Well, when Marcus gets rings, he might get a little bit more vocal, but we'll see.
Maybe.
I don't think Marcus is campaigning for himself to be in the Hall of Fame or having other people do it for him either. I think he's just out there trying to win games.
I think Draymond is doing what Draymond needs to do to get him and his team to where they need to be. I think they have the right personalities. Like he's frustrating when he gets technicals and he pouts and all that stuff. It's frustrating, I think, even to fans. Okay, Draymond, we get it. But I think that is how he gets motivated and stays motivated, and that's kind of a thing. You just kind of deal with it. But yeah, I mean, I like Marcus's game. I like the way he approaches it.
Yeah, I love Marcus.
Yeah.
But I like Tatum too, and Deuce. The guys they're all so cute. I love that. But go Warriors.
Deuce, Tatum.
Deuce.
Tatum.
I do have a thing for seeing dads. The players be dads, the dads of the players. I love just seeing Black men parent, and then other people seeing that Black men can parent and do parent and love on their kids. It's huge.
Yeah.
Kenny hates Black dads.
Where did that come from again?
I don't even remember the origins of that one.
Somebody said that to you? Kenny hates Black dads?
No,
It was no.
It's something.
It was just taking something Kenny said like completely out of context one day, and that's an old one too. The line was, "Well, I guess Kenny hates Black dads." I can't remember though. I need to start writing all these down because there's getting to be so many I'll forget.
I like that you clipped the nice legs thing, because how Kenny said it was so amazing. I've always had nice legs.
Oh, that wasn't even us. I think Mark clipped that and put it on social
Mark,
media.
thank you. I love that so much.
Yeah.
Olivia, when are you coming to Sacramento?
I don't know. I don't have it on the calendar. What's happening? A birthday party?
Gotta come up here. Gotta hang out.
I gotta get a hotel. You guys live in different cities. Aren't you like Damien's in what, Roseville?
Mhm.
Where are you, Kenny?
The complete opposite side.
Are they far away from each other? I feel like
Very much so. They're about 40 minutes apart.
And Damien knows where my sister lives. So who's closest to who? Because that's where I'd be staying.
That's like the that's probably close. That's closer to me.
Either way, we'd be downtown. We'd be in Doco.
Oh, okay.
Campaigning and campaigning.
Sacramento downtown I love it. It's really cute.
We'd be having a good time.
I'm down. Can we go roller skating?
Absolutely. Now you're talking my language.
No,
This the other day, because I gotta get some roller skates, man. I gotta get some new skate. I gotta get them to change the wheels. Chris Brown, have you heard Chris Brown's new song?
Yes.
We embrace. I mean, that's just I'm just rolling around.
Let's get outside. You know, I have the cement floors in my house, and I'm like, I need to roller skate in this house.
Here's a still shot of the start of the video with Salt on stage. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but
Whoa.
Wow.
It's lit. We need to see the video, man. Press play.
I honestly don't even remember what. I think she's about to. I think it's about to go into What a Man or something. Yeah, I think she was talking about. Yeah, there's a lot.
It's lit. It's lit.
Like some thighs. I know you got thighs under there.
Yeah.
It's lit.
Yeah. Never posted that one on social media.
Oh man. Yeah, I love salt and pepper. Those are my girls.
All right, y'all. We will say goodbye. I think Deuce and Mo's live stream starts. I think it starts now. So y'all flip over and check that out. And Trista, Kyle, James, all set for tomorrow. So we'll plan on seeing you then. Hit the thumbs up before you go.